everyone. Welcome to the King of Anime podcast. This is the first KOA on this channel in how many? How long? Like a year and a half?
You're muted, EA.
I think you're muted.
I fucked up. Well, it's been real, guys. See you later, and don't forget to tip your waiters.
This is
Hell
true.
of an intro.
Yeah, this is very true. So how many?
Damn it! What I was saying is that it's probably been a year, maybe a couple. But
Yeah, it's been a minute.
We're coming back to where it all began, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just like Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like a cycle. Except we're not breaking it this time. We decided we're going to go through with the rumbling 100% of the way. Or shall I say, the cuckening.
Okay, no.
I won. I was right with my theory, sort of.
What?
The cuckening never even happened.
Oh, it totally did. We'll get to it later on. But anyways, if you guys aren't familiar with the King of Anime podcast, and yes, you are now a mod Decrepit Storm, we're gonna need them. If you're not familiar with KOA, this is a podcast I started. That's true. I actually started this podcast on this channel in like 2018. And we recently moved it over to its own channel. So if you want to, you look at the bottom left of the screen, it says subscribe to KOA, link in pinned comment. If you go to the top of the chat, if you're chatting, click that link, subscribe to KOA, because especially if you like what we're doing here today, then you definitely don't want to miss it. Also, hello, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you're getting the mod, because I trust you.
Hey.
Hey!
Welcome to the family. But yeah, okay. So we usually cover seasonal anime on the show every week. We're covering this season Frieren, Spy Family, Jujutsu Kaisen, Rurouni Kenshin. We're also covering some old stuff like Gargantia on the Verdurous Planet, or Gargantia, something like that. So if you guys are, a fan of seasonal anime or some old anime now and again, and just like topics like that, or maybe news stuff that's going on in the anime world or the entertainment world, definitely go on over, check it out. It's a pretty cool podcast. But with that being said,
please get us to 500.
Yeah, I think we're
so
500
close.
Subs.
We are so close to 500. If y'all can just give us a little subscribe so we can get to 500, so we can get that channel monetized, that would help us out a great big deal. So please,
my daughter needs to eat.
I mean, Satsuki, there are much better ways to feed your daughter than working for KOA.
No. All the revenue she gets is the revenue I make off of YouTube or donations. So if she stars, is you have blood on your hands. I just want y'all to know that. Feed my daughter.
There you go. Feed his daughter, everyone. Go subscribe to KOA. I don't know how a subscription feeds his daughter, but here we go.
Oh, she can eat that. She likes subscriptions.
Decrepit Storm says congrats on 1 million views and 90k subs. Thank you very much, Decrepit Storm. I appreciate that. Miles said Satsuki turned down his mic. Hold on, I can do that myself. I can do that for you. Satsuki doesn't have to say anything.
Damn.
Baby.
Let me get out one more scream.
I don't think they caught that one.
Oh.
Hello, Lightning. What you doing in the chat? So today we're here to discuss the final episode of Attack on Titan and all of our thoughts on it. We got a pretty diverse lineup of people. We all think differently on the ending, I'm sure. So I guess as well, co-host, introduce yourself, who you are and stuff like that.
Hello, everybody. I am everything animated. I kind of just do a whole bunch of things. You know, I have some videos on my channels. I did some Rent a Girlfriend podcasts back to back to back with this man, SeaTactics. Not Sasuke the Savage, because has a life. And
I'm too good for Rent a Girlfriend.
And my other good buddy, Rising Sun Reviews. So I do that, do a couple of other wacky shenanigans. But to be honest, mostly just King of Anime podcasts. I have been loving doing this for quite a long time. Ever since SeaTactics came to me 5 years ago and said, "Hey, you want to do a show?" I was just like, "Yeah, okay, sure." But yeah, it was well worth it. I do hope to put some stuff on my channel here pretty soon. That's just life right now is just pretty crazy and insane. But I hope to get back on the right track. So if you want to subscribe to me, sure, please. You'll get content soon. It'll be gorgeous when it comes out.
Well, also, while you were doing that, EA, Kenny himself, Kenny Ackerman, gifted 10 subs. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, nice.
I didn't even know Kenny had money. Not Kenny in the chat. I meant like Kenny in a... Yeah, you get it.
Well, Kenny's dead, so...
You bastard.
Also, I guess that means you became a member. I thought you were a member before, so I didn't know if it was like member coming. I don't know anything about live streaming on YouTube, even though I live stream to YouTube literally every Monday. But thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Jotaro Kujo is in the chat. Longtime viewer. How are you doing?
Yoda say.
But yeah, Satsuki, introduce yourself.
It is Sasuke the Savage. I do a little live streaming on Twitch. I still have my YouTube channel up, but I don't really post too much on that. But same story with EA. SeaTactics just hit me up randomly one time and was like, "Yeah, you want to do a podcast?" And I was like, "Sure." And then KOA was birthed, and it's been a fun experience these 5 years. I mean, I honestly can't believe it's been this long, because we like literally have watched each other grow up, like not in the sense of the channel, but like us as people, like literally grow up, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, it's been a fun experience, and we always have our discussions about anime weekly. We have our disagreements, our agreements, but it's good that we get to talk about AOT on this channel, going back where we started, and this being one of the premier anime that we talked about on the channel. It was one of the things that got our channel to where it is, so I'm glad that we were able to talk about its conclusion.
Also, Kenny just gifted 10 more memberships to people.
Damn!
Kenny's been doing a lot of mercenary work.
Kenny!
When you scream Kenny? Okay. Who's the best voice actor out of all? I think EA is the best voice actor. You gotta scream Kenny.
Yeah, absolutely, he's the best.
You gotta scream Kenny.
Well, hopefully my mic doesn't peak. Maybe if I sit back, I can just do it.
It clipped you. It clipped you.
Fuck. Kenny! No. Kenny! Something.
That might be the best that you get.
Kenny! You bastard! I mean, thank you.
OMG Alpha Dog says he donated $2, which is crazy. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Hey, that goes to my daughter.
Heart there. Hey, yeah, yeah, that's
now
true.
She can get a Slim Jim.
Yeah, and she can now buy something for $2. I don't know what. Probably not food.
Yeah, I was about to say nothing. We probably need
probably a toy from the dollar store.
Let's go to the fucking let's go to the 99-cent store and get a bag of chips.
Oh, do they even sell chips for it? Man, oh man.
Well, he said, how did Aaron turn into the Colossal Titan if Zeke died? You guys
did he turn into the Colossal Titan, or was he just the Attack Titan?
Well, that's another thing I didn't even think about.
I thought he was his regular Attack Titan self. That's what I thought.
Yeah, he was as big as the Colossal Titan for sure, but
That's true.
I mean, his Titan was just huge to begin with.
Yeah, I felt like I guess I didn't really notice that. I felt like that was always the Aaron Titan. I mean, I know it's the Attack Titan,
the
but
Aaron Titan.
He looks like him. He's got the pointy ears and the hair. You know, it's the only Titan with hair other than the girl. Well, actually, they all have hair now that I think about it.
When are they going to introduce the bald Titan?
That
I mean,
think
is
that's
this Armin?
Colossal Titan? Yeah.
He's bald. He's pretty bald.
Well, he's skinless. He's the skinless Titan, if anything.
So
He's the most ripped.
The Rip Titan. The Swole Titan. So yeah, no, I didn't even consider that. I honestly thought it was just because of Aaron having all these different abilities all wrapped into one. That's what I thought, but it could be that too. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess it's time to get into this. All right. We begin the episode with picking up directly from the last episode. It starts with Chapter 3, The Battle of Heaven and Earth. This is actually what the final battle is called, pretty much. And they basically just sort of like start their attack. Survey Corps and what's left of Marley, against the Doomsday Titan. What did you guys think about this like opening sequence with all this action going on? They played like a lot of old music from season 1. I think they played Barricades at one point. I don't know if it was during the opening or later on, but this entire sequence was just captivating for me because the animation was so on point. The art was great. This is I don't know what team worked on this. I know it wasn't the JJK team because they had a lot of stuff to do, especially with this week's episode of JJK. But they did really great here, and from the onset, they started off this episode really, really strong. What did you guys think about this?
Yeah, I thought it was very well done. It was, well, so to speak, they just put this the whole stakes of everything was definitely raised at this moment, because now they're literally they're attacking on the Titan. Okay, I'm sorry, but they yeah. Goodbye, everyone. They literally became the name of the show at that point. But no, seriously, it was epic in every sense of the word. They had a plan. Everything was just more or less, I don't know, like there was a whole lot going on, and it was so crazy. I just couldn't believe what was happening. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. This essentially was like a movie, and I don't know why they didn't just turn the last 2 parts into a movie, because essentially when you break it down, it could be like a 2.5 hour movie. I mean, I guess that would be a long movie, but damn good movie. And yes, thank you, Decrepit Storm, standing ovation for me, because I did not get spoiled once.
Yeah, you went spoiler-free this entire time.
This whole time, because for those that don't know, I never read the manga. I am an anime only. I watched this back in 2013 and was immediately hooked, and I just wanted more ever since that, and it killed me whenever they waited 4 years before season 2, because I feel like when it came out, that was the only thing everyone was talking about. But long story short, yeah, the opening sequence was great. Pants were off the whole time.
Oh my god. Were you
I was watching it like the TV show, just without my pants.
Also, Kenny donated another $5.
$5.
What is happening? Is Kenny okay?
I think Kenny's leaving.
Did he get his credit card stolen?
Oh no, never mind. He's still here.
And his YouTube account?
Appreciate you, Kenny. $5. Now my daughter can eat
ramen.
No, a bag of chips. Bag of chips is about $5 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys can choose the flavor. Or
like
Kenny, you can choose the flavor.
Some cheap white bread.
That goes about $3, $2, depending on what kind of bread you get.
If you want the worst kind of white bread, get Wonder Bread. That shit is disgusting. It is the stuff that sticks to the roof of your mouth, and it is gross.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
And it doesn't even have like peanut butter or anything on it. It's just the bread is the equivalency of like glue. I don't know, right? Like glue and packing peanuts. It's just disgusting.
Hey, don't be dissing packing peanuts now. That was my diet as a kid, and I turned out pretty good on that diet.
You eating like lead chips too?
Well, that was like dessert, but we never really got much of that. So
it is scarce. As for me, yeah, like the first 20 minutes, I agree with EA. It was movie like with the animation, how fluid everything was, and it felt like they wanted to make this a spectacle. It almost makes me feel because I still think they could have did a better job with the scheduling and how this was all presented to us. Everybody has their trepidations with it being split up into these weird parts and it being named the final season, but not being the final season, which, I understand all of that. But I almost appreciate the fact that time was taken into making the last or the final episode as great as it was. Still think they could have, changed some things up to make this more digestible for all the fans, but overall, what they gave us with the action sequences was Attack on Titan. The same way we ended things was how we started things off. Everybody remembers getting into Attack on Titan with that first episode. It's one of those Attack on Titan is one of those anime where you show the first episode to somebody, it hooks them on it. Part of it is the animation, but it's like how grandiose and how riveting it is. And I think in that same vein, we got that with this last episode in the first 20 minutes with how great the action was and all the fighting. So I'm glad that they took their time so we could get this type of ending. At least for the first 20 minutes where most of the fighting was.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that I thought this was just really great, but go ahead and finish your thought, EA.
I definitely wish this could have been something that could have been presented in the movie theater. And like you said, if they would have taken their time with it, had they like done the animation like almost like JJK. I mean, not to say that the animation's bad. I think it's pretty good, even though people complain about the CG and everything. I think it's something that people would have seen in droves if it was like a movie. I know I would have. Because the way that Final Season Part 2 ended, it almost made it seem like it was going to be set up for a movie. And I preferably felt like that's the way it should have went. And we didn't get it essentially, and that's okay because we still got what we got. But it would have been interesting to have seen in that form, especially to see how many fans would have came out.
Should rent out a theater and just buy it on Blu-ray and just watch it alone in a theater.
Jesus Christ.
Sure. Look, why don't I do the same thing and why don't we go even older and just do YouTube, split it up into 6 parts, 10 minutes each, and then just watch it on 480p.
Yeah, no, that's the real way. That's the yeah.
That's how men used to watch anime.
We watched anime 3 parts.
And sometimes we didn't even have the last part. We just imagine what happened.
Right. I've had that happen before, and it pissed me off because I was just like, well, I didn't know if he died or not. But the next episode, I guess he didn't.
Yeah, that definitely happened with me with Naruto. So
Well, after that, Armin pretty much immediately gets captured by Ymir, which is, I don't know if did you guys pay attention to how Armin got captured in this?
Yeah, he got a tentacle in the throat.
Yeah,
he
got hentai tentacled.
He got hentai tentacled. I mean, I know why they did it, so that he wouldn't bite down on his thumb and be exploding whatever, but I saw it and I was like, do we have to get the hentai crowd? Do we have to get this?
Dude, they went hard with animating his face full of that tentacle. They went hard. They were like, everyone had a meeting that day, and they were like, all right, guys, everyone is working on this one scene, okay? We got to make this one frame most degenerate thing anyone has ever seen. And if you don't, you're all fired.
So it was a good day for tentacle / Armin fans.
Yeah. I mean, if you're an Armin fan and you love hentai, this was a fap-worthy moment.
Yeah.
Like their Super Bowl.
If you like okapis in the form of titans, this was your day.
Did you love how I forget who said it, but they were like, it's that one over there that's like an okapi. And the person's like, what's an okapi?
I think Mikasa said that. I'm not sure.
It's like, what the fuck? Just tell me what it is. It's the thing that is black and white, and it's got the two pointy things. It's like, oh, okay.
It's like,
how do you know what an okapi is? The Shrek Titan. Or mate. Mate, why is he Australian?
What are you doing on me Titan, donkey?
Oh, that's better.
I want to quickly answer Antonie's question. Yes. To answer your first question, yes. That's it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
They should know what their question is. So yes, I'm saying yes to your question.
Yeah. Yes. Right, EA? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Who is it?
Just accept it.
Anthony?
Yes.
Antonie Barrios. Was it Barrios? Barrios. Yeah. Barrios.
I don't see it.
By the way, this is what KOA is like. It's just tangents.
Oh yeah, of course. Probably 40 minutes in, you'll probably hear about that time I got carjacked by some dude in a pig mask.
And let's not.
Was that during the purge?
Let's not.
No, the day before the purge.
By the way, for those of you that are joining right now, if you subscribe to the King of Anime podcast, you will know a secret that me and Sasuke know about Mr. SeaTactics.
Wait. What does that mean? No.
You know? Yeah.
Allegations.
No. We all know, and I have evidence. And for those who are loyal and faithful, you already know. Decrepit Storm, you know. Kenny, you know.
This is ridiculous. You're going to get them to post that video now. You know that, right?
I mean, I think I can get it myself. To all the 90,000 subscribers.
Anyways, back to the episode. Yeah, so this whole after Armin gets captured, we just get a bunch of really cool shit happened. Like, for example, the 9 Titans throughout the history of the Titans appears and just kind of fucks shit up. We even get Lara Tiber. Sadly, though, she impales Peak, which was a sad day for all of us. That should never happen. But at that point, they all should have just focused on Lara Tiber and just killed her, eat her again.
It sounds like you're a Peak fan to my ears.
Peak is Peak. She was great in this episode, by the way.
Oh, absolutely
amazing.
Yeah, she was a huge reason as to why the Titan fell. She got the dynamite set up and everything. Yeah. She even did the little shuffle running down the freaking back of Eren.
Yeah, that was great. I love her voice actress too. She was kind of freaking out a little bit. By the way, the VAing in this episode was probably the best of the entire series. I can't think of an episode that's better voiced in Attack on Titan than this one. I mean, I have to go back and see, but But yeah, this
I know
this is,
Armin really stuck out for me.
yeah. What is his voice actress again? It's fuck. This is
Billy.
hurting me. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Just a Japanese person named Billy.
Yeah, they really love the name Billy.
Oh my god. But yeah, no. What did you guys think about all the 9 Titans and stuff like that, and them appearing? Because when I first read this in the manga, I was like, "What the fuck? That's so cool!" Like now, I want to see like another series. Like we've talked about this before on KOA proper, where we're like, me specifically was like, I would love to see like a prequel series like based on like Aaron Kruger, and like how he became the Attack Titan and all that stuff in his life. I think that's like a really cool way to do like a prequel series for this series. And I think showing all the various different Titans was just such a great way to not only have like, you know, what's the, you know, the resistance, you know, what's left of, you know, humanity, have something to fight against that made sense in the context of the world and wasn't, you know, something like super arbitrary or forced. This was like really creative. So what did you guys think?
I thought it was pretty cool. You pretty much got to see all the Titans doing their thing. What was the name of the Titan? The one that we barely saw in the final season. The
Warhammer Titan.
Yeah, I feel like we barely got to see the Warhammer Titan, and in this we got to see
all of them.
Kind of all of them, and we got to see the full power and just what they do. Because everyone always said that the Warhammer Titan was like one of the best, and you know, for the little bit that I did see of them, it was cool. But I feel like we just barely got a chance to get to know them. It's like right when we got to know them, Aaron went ahead and ate her. Such a shame.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. It was definitely the nipples just got very hard, so to
Yours
speak.
is
wait, yours? Or like
she's here.
No,
she was in Attack on Titan.
No, not your. No,
everything animated.
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
I was excited.
Mine's too.
Wait, what?
We could have rubbed together and been power twins.
Rub them together, create fire.
Yeah. See, you got to get in there. You got to get in with the third nipple.
I cut my nipples off. I don't have them anymore.
Triple nipple.
You got rid of your nipples?
Yeah. What are you, Arte?
Yeah, I did it out of you know, I was just like, you can't make me.
Yes, because of the patriarchy that existed that prevented you from being an artist.
Yep.
Yeah,
you cut your you cut off your long blonde hair, and then you were about to cut off your boobs that just got.
I thought you were about to say long nipples. That would have been interesting.
I thought I was going to say it too, but I mean, it's okay if you have long nipples. See, we'll still accept you. I'll probably talk behind your back a little, but that's it.
Oh my god!
I love how we have 140 people watching. We're talking about nipples and cutting them off.
Oh, speaking of nipples, the cuff. Oh my god, I can't say that name. I'm gonna say Deka because I can't say that name.
Decaf Java, I think is what it is.
Yes, yeah. Oh, Decaf Java. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They said male, female Titan have to, or no. Okay, wait. They weren't the original person that said. Somebody mentioned a male, female Titan, and I didn't catch that. Okay, Vampiric Ninja XD LOL. Yeah, they said, did you catch the male, female Titan? And I did not. So
there was a male, female Titan.
Yeah, they like a
big.
I
didn't catch it.
They had like a really strong jaw, I think is what they were talking about. There was like a Titan that was clearly a female, but had like the face of like a really like a dude.
Those really defined cheekbones.
Yeah, like really
Okay.
defined male facial features.
Try deep. Nag said, and this sucks. I got something for you. Don't worry. Stick around. I got something for you.
I would say we're going to be talking about the ending. Maybe not soon, but we're basically just dissecting the episode. So enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just getting through the action bits right now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, one thing I loved about this entire episode that they set up pretty early on is Secretary Mueller. I love that because if you think about it, he's the leader of Marley right now.
The military guy.
Yeah.
White hair.
Yeah, white hair. He's literally the leader of the what is left of Marley. I think that's crazy.
I think
because they're all gone.
I think too, he's just a representative of humanity in a sense when you think about it, because I mean, he's like the last wall between Eldians and the rest of humanity. So yeah.
Yeah. I like how even when essentially the world was about to come to an end and he was literally moments away from death, he was still being a racist. Filthy Eldians. It's like, hey, he's going out a racist. he just didn't care at that moment. Because I don't know if it was him or if it was someone else, but it was the last episode where it was like, if we defeat Eren, we got to change our ways. We got to stop, coming together like this and just being mortal enemies. We got to come together. But not him. He was just like, stay back, Eldian scum. Do you see that giant thing over there walking towards us? Are you really giving a shit right now?
The only monster I see is the one in front of my eyes.
It's like, do you have other things better to worry about? I just thought that was
like the end of
kind
the
of
world.
Funny. Right. I'm sorry, but if it's the end of the world, I'm not gonna care if I put the toilet seat down or up. I'm pissing and running and shitting as I walk. I don't care.
It's always time to be racist, EA.
Oh God, there's always time. No, please don't quote that, anybody.
Well, besides Secretary Mueller, God, I have trouble saying his name. It's horrible. It's just because of the secretary part. That's it. I can't speak. I don't know how to say words. What's crazy though is that while Armin is like captured by the Okapi, or by Ymir, I should say.
By Togepi?
He notices that he's kind of like experiencing everything, like as it's happening, like if he were there experiencing it. And he's like, and he's starting to put it together, but he's basically putting together that he's in the paths. And while this happens, like, Barclophagus appears. And I thought this was crazy, because all he does is just stand there ominously, and just a tear rolls down his eye, and then just pops the Colossal Titan, his version, attacking the Armored, biting its head off so much that it causes Reiner to shoot out of its body, even though you think he's dead. It's just, that entire sequence to me was so crazy. What did you guys think about it?
The guy just refuses to die. He wanted a nap. He wanted to sleep. He got a few Z's in when the rumbling was happening.
Wasn't he KOA Annie?
Probably.
Like when he was sleeping, and they're like, "Wake up, bitch!"
No, that was Gabby and I think that was Gabby and Falco.
Oh,
because they didn't see Annie until she was eating a pie randomly,
And then he was like, I got the strength to be awake now. I want some pie. And I'm not talking about the thing you're eating. No, I'm kidding. But I'm sorry. But yeah, it was just all around crazy. I didn't think we were going to get back to the paths, so to speak. I thought when we saw it the first time that was going to be it. But I guess I should have known, and the only way to defeat Aaron was to go the way in which he began or started the whole rumbling and everything. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense than I originally thought. I thought it was just going to be a matter of just kill him. But I mean, it's much more to it than that. And Aaron just refused to die. He is literally the definition of does not know when to quit.
Yeah. Yeah, Reiner is just he has insane resolve. I think people call it plot armor, but really his character is just that he has a boundless resolve. And you kind of see that in the final season part 1 when he's about to commit seppuku. And he doesn't do it because there are people that still depend on him, and he can't do something so selfish like that. And that's an example of his resolve. Even at his definitely lowest, and continued to be the lowest by the next episode, but he still had the resolve to push through all of that and just continue on, even knowing that, you know, he's gonna die very soon because of the Titan curse.
Yeah.
He's our suffer sponge.
He really is. He's kind of like Jesus.
Yeah, I can. Isayama did an interview recently with the New York Times, and it really enlightened, like, Reiner, and I understood why Isayama really loves Reiner, because he is like, as Satsuki says, the suffer sponge, and I feel like with the way he described how he was writing AOT at the time and producing the manga and how it wasn't really fun for him, like, I felt he really took out a lot of his frustrations into that character, both in the sense of being punishing him and the sense of being punished. I think it's really fascinating. So,
I mean, I think he's a lot like Reiner in the regard of their perseverance, despite what's been thrown at them. With Reiner, is more of like this internalized thing, as in a lot of things happen to him that would deter him from going on, but it keeps going on. With Aaron, is more so this external thing, like, for example, him wanting freedom, the Titans being the first thing that was blockading his freedom, and then it becoming like the military or the government, and then it becoming other people outside of Paradise Island. So I think they are kind of similar in, I guess, their innate persistence, but for different reasons.
yeah, one of the first videos I did on this channel for AOT final season was actually comparing those two characters, and that's sort of, I came to it at a different conclusion, but I basically said exactly that. It's just those two characters to me together are so great, and also their fights are amazing. Every time they have a showdown, it's awesome.
Yeah. Best fight is Reiner versus Aaron. The first time Aaron finds out that, the shock of just when you find out just how nonchalantly Reiner and Bertold are like, oh yeah, we were the Titans that destroyed your town. Come with us. It was said in passing. It's like, you know, you're taking a piss and someone's sitting next to you. It's like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I destroyed the world.
Cool. Hey, cool.
Oh, that's great, man. That's great.
It's like that scene in Spider-Man
sorry, what?
3 where he's in the elevator and he's like, yeah, the suit really, rides up the crotch.
Oh, yeah. That was 2.
That
was
2?
3.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That was Spider-Man 2. I remember because he was it's because he was losing his powers because, I don't know, he was having a midlife crisis. So he fell and he couldn't get back on the roof. So he took the elevator. Then that's when he said the joke. He was like, the guy's like, nice costume. Thanks. Kind of rides up the crotch, though.
Fun fact, Spider-Man and AOT, they did a crossover, an official crossover.
Yep. I saw that.
So that's like the best crossover by the way.
I think Isayama is a big fan of a lot of Marvel stuff. That's why, like, one of the Titans looks like the Thing.
Oh yeah. In this one, we have the Thing Titan.
Yeah,
I think it's an armored Titan, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just
from the Thing.
I just want to see all these past Titans. I want to see like who they were. It's just so fascinating. Can't wait for Attack on Titan: The Next Generation. It's going to be great.
Attack on Titan: A New Beginning.
it's going to be like Attack on Inflation or something.
Oh my god! You just see someone just doing taxes in the corner. You know,
the real enemy of society.
So basically, after all that stuff happens, Connie is knocked the fuck out. He's just hanging from the Doomsday Titan's ribcage, and as well, we have this awesome convergence of like John as well, like saves Reiner, which is like a really cool moment because in the last couple episodes, John just could not forgive Reiner. Like, he couldn't even really look him in the eyes. And
they killed Marco.
Yeah, they killed Marco. Like, Marco is the bestest boy in the entire series. Who doesn't love Marco? And now, in his time of need, he is there to help save him. And as this is happening, everyone then is basically surrounded by all of these 9 Titans. And we get this really awesome moment where Mikasa is like, basically like, I'm stronger, bitch. Just try. I'll kill you all. And you know it's going to happen. You know she didn't need help right there. She absolutely would kill every single one of them.
Dude, that scene where she gets flung, and it's just like, no regular human would fly through that velocity. They'd be fucking dead. And they ripped to pieces. But they made it look... Right. They made it look so cool. She just had her arms crossed. Well, she had her swords out and she just going through. I'm like, that so fucking cool. Oh, I loved it. That scene was just awesome. It's like, here you go. Boom. That reminded me. Zeke's dead.
Thank God.
Thank
Ymir.
I think we're skipping a bunch.
No,
yeah, we skipped a lot.
Oh yeah, okay, we did. I'm sorry, I got excited.
There's a lot in between all of that, but
well, just the way that Mikasa was thrown, it reminded me of Zeke throwing rocks. So I'm sorry, it just pops into my head. So
no,
that's my
fine. Bad. But yeah, no, I mean the question was though, like, what did you guys think about this moment where the Jaw Titan then appears? And Mikasa's and them all being surrounded. I thought that was such a well shot moment, visually speaking, because it had this like really wide angle, and you just see all of these Titans surrounding them. And the best part is like, I think all those Titans were CGI, but it doesn't even look like they're CGI, but they look so lifelike and realistic. It just looks so good. And with the new gritty art style that Mappa brought from the manga, man, this moment to me just looked awesome. So what did you guys think about that?
Yeah, just more great stuff that Mappa does. It's I feel like in the past people used to have issues, or maybe they still do, that the Titans would be CG in some parts. I feel like, to be honest, when Wit had it and they did the CG parts, it looked terrible. But when Mappa had the CG parts, it actually looks pretty good. I think they did better. Mappa did better with the CG stuff than Wit did, because I remember that scene in season 2 with Wit. And you just see the Colossal Titan, and you just looking all dumb. And I'm like, that looks like PlayStation 2 graphics. It looks so bad.
It looked like sock puppets.
Mm-hmm. You're right. It's like someone was holding a puppet and was going, hey you, I'm gonna attack you.
I'm gonna eat you, Armin.
Pretty
Nom,
much.
nom, 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 nom.
Get him, Juko!
Oh my god.
Wait. Who's the other lady? Oh, okay, I see it.
Satsuki.
Satsuki, Kiryuin, and
Junko Enoshima.
nice. Okay, since we're pulling up toys, figurines.
Oh, Sean!
Goku.
No, that's
Shut
Sean.
up. No, it's Goku.
No, that's Sean.
You went.
Oh, that's a monkey.
That's,
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh.
that's
Uh-oh.
son, that's son
Whoa.
Sean.
Hi,
The
it's
Super
me.
Sean.
Are you the one talking shit about me? See? Oh God. Good stuff.
DZ says, shout out SeaTactics, you the GOAT. That's right, EA. You should be shouting out me. Okay?
All right, everybody subscribe to SeaTactics. For he is great and brings up Sean every fucking time. There, is that better?
We gotta have a Sean counter.
It would be in the
Yes!
hundreds.
Oh my God. We gotta hire somebody to go back, count all the Seans.
Oh my god, how much you gonna pay on? That's a lot of money.
It would actually probably cost me a lot of money. Worth it though. Worth it.
How many hours of content is that?
I mean, on average, our shows are like 3 hours. So we've been doing it we probably brought up Sean the last couple of years now. That's 2 years of 3-hour shows.
You had a couple where you pissed off Sasuke, and when you did Sean, and then you discovered the soundboard, it muted me for some reason. I remember that. I was like, "Hello,
Oh man,
are you there?" Wah wah. Sasuke's like, "How do you not hear that?"
no. Satsuki was like,
Oh my god. But legs are good. Legs are fine. You can see more if you subscribe.
oh
Yes, subscribe to
OnlyFans?
KOA for Moleg. From Moleg.
Ooh.
And I don't don't just have this.
And you know what you guys' reaction is gonna be? It's gonna be this.
That's
that
often
is
the response I get.
Or it could be this.
God, you're so hot. Step on me.
Shout out to Brother Hollow.
Yes, shout out to Hollow. You've been with us for a long time.
Yes, shout out to Hollow. Hollow, what do you think about your shout out?
I love Hu Tao and Megumin.
Good to know.
Well,
It's good to
That's
know.
really not what we asked, but
yeah,
thank you for telling us.
I think he's broken.
Hollow, can you say that again?
I love Hu Tao and Megumin.
No, I don't mean that again. I mean say like a normal sentence that isn't that you love Hu Tao and Megumi.
I love Hu Tao and Megumin.
He's broken.
I want to say he needs Hu Tao Megumin to fix him.
He needs to watch the last episode of Attack on Titan to like something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh well.
So what did you guys think about the Jaw Titan appearing in all of its glory with its new wings? Did you guys expect that?
Wait. Oh, yeah, there was wings. First, I thought Mikasa had wings for a second.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, this anime has jumped the shark. Literally, Mikasa has wings. I was about to lose it. But then
it's an Ackerman ability, EA.
No, Ackerman ability. No, you can't grow wings.
The Ackerman
you can
gene.
order some wings, but you
She's
can't.
a slave to flying in the air.
But when I love how it's very convenient that what's his name? Who was the bird?
Falco.
Falco.
Do a barrel roll.
It's in his fucking name. Falco becomes a Titan and becomes a bird. I'm like, gee, he should have. Thankfully, he wasn't named. I don't know, something with the word fish in it, because then he would have transformed into a fish and died.
Thankfully, his name isn't Arlong. That would have been awkward.
Right. Good thing his name wasn't Snake or something with no legs. No, he's Falco, and then just the luck of the draw, he just gets wings and saves everybody, which very convenient. Not gonna lie.
Shit.
Gonna lie.
Oh shit, guys, hold on. We got royalty in the chat. Aaron Yeager is here.
Oh
The
shit.
Jägermeister,
Oh.
the Jaeger bomb himself.
Aaron, last time I saw you, you were a little head.
Yeah, you were dead.
Aren't you supposed to be in hell?
Yeah. Aren't you supposed to be up there with down there with Armin?
I guess they got internet in hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Things change.
How is it, by the way?
He's like, I can only go on Reddit.
That's the worst.
The devil uses the devil uses me as a soccer ball every once in a while.
Turns out when you die, you keep the form you had when you died. This shit sucks.
I've always wondered that. That's a question I've asked. Oh, no, we got to talk about this. Because what form do you take when you die in the world of Attack on Titan? Because when Levi had his moment, I don't want to go too far into it, but he saw Hanji and Erwin had his arms and everything. He wasn't missing any limbs. So what's going on? Is it that you're in your prime when you die, or what?
What if it's just like what you want to be, and like one of the characters was just completely naked, and he just shows up and Levi's like, Erwin, Hanji, Petra, Mike, what the fuck? Why are you naked?
Thinking about it, there's a lot of moments that could be ruined by somebody just being naked.
Very true. Mikasa holding.
That would be holy crap. while the childish form of Ymir smiles as naked Mikasa holding Aaron's head.
It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Now
That's horrible.
That's a moment.
Levi killing Zeke naked.
Because it does it in slow motion, like and it does it, and you just see his thing just doing like that.
I've avenged you, Erwin.
That's like something you see in The Boys.
Seriously, they like them dicks in The Boys.
Oh my god. But yeah, so Annie and Gabby arrive. They're here to help. They ended up in the process of sacrificing the Azumabito ship. So that kind of sucks for Kiyomi and Yelena. Yelena, by the way, in this episode, Satsuki, what are your thoughts? What's your play-by-play?
Why are we talking about Yelena? I'm excited about my daughter Gabby being here, and Kiyomi just deciding that fuck the ship. Go ahead and do what you have to do. Why are we talking about Yelena? I don't care about that bowl cut woman.
She tall though.
She is tall.
And
evil. She barely did anything this episode. The only thing she did was, I am defeated.
Listen, I already said it before. I would climb the mountain. That's all. That's it. That's it. Let's leave it at that.
You would climb the mountain that is her.
Yeah, that's it. Sue me.
Life of a Salesman says, when will SeaTactics make a video on the boys?
That's
a good question. I tried making one on Invincible, but nobody watched it. And when I say nobody, I legitimately.
Well, how many subscribers did you have? Because
at the time? I don't know. Like 70K?
I would say try it now. I bet you, because the second season's out right now.
Yeah, I did that on the new episode with the day it came out. It was a good episode, by the way, but yeah, nobody watched it. So I just deleted it.
I gotta finish that.
Damn. Yeah, finish it because the second season's out, Sasuke. Definitely.
Yeah, that was some crazy shit in the most recent episode. So
thank you, Ellie. I will.
What the fuck's happening?
He's almost at the top.
I'm climbing a mountain. That is Yelena. I mean, for me, it's not really a mountain. It's more like a small hill. I'm 6'3". Apparently, from the people that like the nerds from Attack on Titan, apparently they say Yelena's like 6'7". I don't really believe that, but that's not a big climb for me, honestly.
No, she's 7'6".
Okay, that's a bit of a climb.
She's as tall as a Titan.
Now, if she's 7'6", she's basically like an ogre. at that
She
point.
should just be playing basketball. She should play for the Miami Heat. We need a center. Or no, Bam's doing a good job. No. Yeah.
Christopher says, "Is that the comedy?" I mean, if you think.
I mean, it could be the comedy. Hey, look at the mountain. Oh, I reached the mountaintop. I now declare this woman in the name of Satsuki.
Oh my god.
There you go.
We also have more royalty in the chat.
James
Gunn.
Gunn?
What is he doing here?
He donated
Oh my god.
$4.99. Thank you so much, James Gunn. I love
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Lollipop Chainsaw. He donates $4.99, says, "Tactics, I'm so proud of you, bro. Your videos have been blowing up. Thanks for talking about this masterpiece." No, thank you, James Gunn. Because without you, you would have never saved the Suicide Squad.
Oh,
Now bring back Kimiko. We need her back in the Suicide Squad.
I really want to talk about Baldoni's landscaping comment. He said, "What do you guys think of Aaron being on a fixed timeline? The determinism goes completely against the themes of Aaron. Does this make all of Aaron Yeager's character development not as impactful?" I actually think it makes it more impactful. The reason why is because if he knows he's on a fixed timeline, if he knows everything is going to be just as he saw the future at the time, for him to still go through with everything he did, with maybe even like this slither of hope in his mind that things will work out in his favor, I think that shows you more of who he is, trying to fight against fate rather than conforming to it. Because it's not as if he just said, "Well, it is going to happen anyway, so whatever." He still tried to do what he wanted to do, with fate being a lingering thing over his mind. Just because it turned out that way doesn't mean that what he did takes away from his character. So yeah, Baldoni, I think that actually works in the favor of Aaron.
Aaron Decker says, I thought this is a great question. Oh, and right above him, we have more royalty in the chat. Jesus Christ himself.
Oh my God.
Oh my Jesus.
He says,
I mean, ooh, yeah.
Shit.
It's okay. It's where I buy my weed. I buy it from Jesus.
What?
Yeah, he's down by the docks. You don't know Jesus Christ?
No, his name is Jesus. See,
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
That's what it is.
No, it's not Jesus Christ.
Aaron Decker says, "I love the finale, but do you guys think where Aaron and Armin said they'd see each other hell kind of depressing?" Well, I think we got to ask Jesus.
Ask Jesus for all of our opinions now.
Right. We're just. Thorfinn's in the chat.
What type of crossover is going on in the chat?
Dude,
Thorfinn, Jesus Christ, James Gunn, Aaron Yeager, like this.
Jotaro was here too.
Jotaro, yeah.
We're getting the ultimate anime mashup.
Yeah, this
Lightning
is crazy.
Eagle too.
Thorfinn,
Got our Chuni.
how is it like, man, to be religious? What's that like?
I know you're no longer violent.
Yeah, you're. How's everything going? Kenny
Yelena
donates...
versus Brittany Griner.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
She's plays for the Phoenix Mercury in the WNBA.
Yeah. She's pretty tall herself. Like,
She's
what is
7 foot.
She's 7 foot?
I'm pretty sure she is. Like, she's really tall.
I thought she was like 6'8".
Let me look. Hold on. Brittany Griner height. Okay, she's 6'9". I'm sorry.
Oh, 6'9".
That's still pretty damn tall.
Spansnare says Aaron should have gone 100%. I counter that, and I say he should have learned to use the Kaioken.
Wait, what? Wait. Did they say 100%? Whoa, hey. Where was this comment at? Did they say 100% as like 100% as like in
flatten everything?
Killing everybody?
Yeah.
100% would include the parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
You'd
him.
lit-
You know, fuck
you'd
him.
literally you'd literally only have corpses of dead titans.
The 100% includes himself.
Yeah, you know what we should do? We should just have a Titan party. That's what Earth should just be a bunch of colossal and little itty bitty Titans, just partying, sitting at a picnic table, having a nice meal, eating a good sandwich. You know, listening to I don't know, some Britney Spears.
No. Remember the song that you created the last episode prior to this one, Sasuke? We will stomp you.
Hey.
We will stomp you.
I like it. I like it.
Derek says 5 GIF if you tell me what the best anime is. Well, that's easy. It's X-Arm.
Kill la Kill.
I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit that one.
Okay, now Kill la Kill. What button do I get?
Oh, this one. And me, God, there's so many. I don't have a specific one, but just for nostalgia's sake, good old. Hey, I love Dragon Ball. I know it has its problems, but I love it.
DOR says Mikasa did not marry John or anyone. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. Here's the thing. She actually ended up marrying me.
Yuck. If that was the real canon of this story, then 0 out of 10. Hate the story.
Yeah, you just see fucking SeaTactics Chibi just going, "Hey, Mikasa, how you doing?" Just like doing South Park animation and everything, and Mikasa's just like, "I miss Aaron." Oh, that sucks. Hey, do you want to go to the river? you want to go to the river and chop some wood?
Oh my god, what the hell's happening? We got Nosferatu Zod in the chat.
Jesus.
He says Dragon Ball is getting a new series? Yeah, Dragon Ball GT too.
Yeah, Dragon Ball babies. It looks amazing.
He's like, what about Berserk?
Oh, we got Aztec in the
Berserk.
chat. It says the only girl eligible for you is Gabby. What the hell does that mean?
What?
I feel like
My daughter.
Now that's going to be interesting. Satsuki, C's going to be your son-in-law.
No, he's not.
I would probably be in a prison.
Yeah, Gabby has a nice young man in Falco. I met his parents, met him. Pretty good kid.
He turns into a bird.
Yeah.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah, we used to do it all the time. I turn into a falcon. Ellie turns into an eagle. SeaTactics turns into a seagull. EA turns into a.
Turn into a puddle of water.
Well,
He turns into a cup of water.
okay, Ilya.
I just turn into everything animated.
Yeah, you turn into Mickey Mouse.
Uh-huh.
So after we should probably get back to the episode. After Falco shows up with his glow up.
Mm-hmm.
Basically Levi and John are basically like, yo, Mikasa, they took Armin. They got Peak. We gotta kill it. Ede. Mikasa's like, that's sad, bro. Okay.
I don't think that's what she said.
No, she basically like freaks out because she has the realization that she's got to kill, her family pretty much, and it's super depressing. But Annie's like, you gotta just focus on saving Armin. That's all you got to worry about for now. And basically, they enact their new plan, which is basically just to save Armin because they need Armin. Because now they've basically decided that they're gonna blow him the fuck up. And
Thank you for finishing that sentence.
well, wait,
I'm glad you got it, Sasuke.
I-
Because you were saying they were going to blow him the fuck up.
Well, I mean, that's for later, I guess.
Yeah, later.
Uh,
It was a terrible joke. I'm sorry.
So yeah, they just basically continue their fight, and this is also the part where we see Peak go just full like peak mode, where the Warhammer Titan gets distracted, and she starts running down her weapon or whatever. Oh my god, that part was so awesome because she just continues to transform into the Cart Titan over and over, and oh my god, the animation for it was so good. Some of that stuff was brutal. Like some of it was like the Cart Titan's head getting exploded. You can see like eyeballs flying and brain matter. It's like, whoa, wow. And she's still transforming, and she's just great. I think she was one of the best things of the final chapter in the manga. And I think she's definitely one of the best things of this final episode, because it's just so cool. And how they animate her transforming and like biting her thumb was just, man, it was so awesome. It was so great.
Yeah. I can't deny that. I've always thought Peak was just okay, personally,
Wow.
but she definitely held her own and kept up the fight, and she has this, I swear to God, just as many times as she just transforms and dies, she's literally just unstoppable. But yeah, she did pretty good. It's a shame. I wonder if when she got older, did she just be on all fours for the rest of her life? Because you know how early on she's like, I like being like this. I enjoy being like this. But I wonder if, when she was like in her 40s, hell, even when she was a grandma, she's just like,
Crawling.
just crawling, literally giving you your crave.
You know, hey, Peak would be a good crave server. She's got, the Cart Titan with the big mouth. You could put a lot of crave in there.
You really could. You pour the milk in the mouth.
You could also do? You could like, those big birds with like the big mouths, the beaks or whatever.
Pelicans.
Yeah. You could do that as well, but you could also like tie a rope around like the bottom of her jaw and then like have like a sack, and it's just a sack full of boxes of crave.
Oh, that's great.
But yeah, that stuff with Peak was great. I also liked the Levi stuff where he sort of has like a moment where he thinks over like all that he's done and how he comes to this ultimatum where he's sort of like, I have no regrets over pretty much any of the sacrifices he's made, and in fact, the entire reason for all these sacrifices was to, air quote, get those brats to the sea. And I thought that was a really nice moment for Levi's character, a nice closure for his character, because the entire time, his entire character is just dealing with sacrifice. Sacrifice after sacrifice. He sacrificed Ferlin and Isabel. He sacrificed the Squad Levi, the initial Squad Levi. He sacrificed Erwin. He sacrificed so many people, and he clearly always struggled with that, and it always really affected him. But I think he kind of sees in this moment that, like, even though that sucked, all of that was just to get to this moment, and he doesn't regret choosing Armin over Erwin, even to this day.
Yeah, that was a really good scene. Really good scene. Really, truly. It touches back to one of my favorite episodes, which was, I think it was called Hero, where Armin made that sacrifice, and it was between Arwen and Armin. and I always get those two confused because they sound so similar. But it's that episode pretty much set it in motion where it was like, you make this choice, this is what will happen. You make this choice, this is what's going to happen, and everything else was history after that. But yeah, he doesn't regret it, and even with some fingers missing, his eyes gone. I mean, I think his spleen was ruptured. Yeah, he's doing great for himself.
Yeah,
I'm happy he survived. I
Yeah.
thought he was gonna die. I'm so happy he was alive.
If there was one person that should have survived the entire series, it was definitely him.
Yeah,
Definitely
he did
him.
so much.
Well, I want to speak about that thing of him deserving to live specifically because of the role he played at the end. But first and foremost, I want to say this to anybody. Anybody that's in the chat, we apologize, but we won't be able to get to all comments that we see. Just for the flow of the podcast, I mean, we don't plan to have this be like 8 hours because we went to everybody's comments and talked about it in length. We wouldn't be able to finish it. So we gotta kind of cherry pick what we comment towards. But I will say to Enrique, what did Enrique say?
Enrique Martinez.
Yes. Aaron versus Goku.
Oh, come on.
I see no. The reason why I say this is because I seen this funny ass tweet where it. I gotta send you the tweet, EA and SeaTactics. I'm gonna send you the link in the chat. But the caption was Nappa telling Aaron to do that Earth dance that he likes, and then the person's just it's just under gyrating. Like, understand this. If Nappa can tell Aaron what to do, Goku can tell Aaron what to do. There's no comparison. I'm sorry, there's no comparison with strength. I'm pretty sure that's like a joke answer or a joke question, but yeah. But with that question with did Aaron or Armin deserving to live? So he serves to be like this peace ambassador throughout the entirety of the series. And it's interesting that his role that existed in season 1 was kind of flipped in the final season. If you know what the scene I'm referencing specifically, it's a scene where I forgot his name. I forgot that dude's name. I remember hating him though. But it's a scene where Aaron turns into a Titan. Everybody's scared shitless. They don't know what to do because they just seen some random guy, or they just seen some Titan that was actually helping them. They didn't even know it's Aaron at the time, but they seen he transformed back into a human. They have all their cannons pointed at him. They're about to fire. Armin gets that speech. Wes is successful. Pixis steps in, basically saves the day with Armin, Mikasa, and Aaron. And in this scene, the stakes are pretty much the same in terms of their like personal investment in it. Like if he doesn't get the right answer, they fire on all the Eldians and they probably get wiped out. But he's successful this time. He's successful in pitching why they should live, why they're humans, and all of that. But like I said, it's flipped because before it was kind of like he has to pitch why Aaron is useful and why they need him and why he's not a threat. And in this sense, it's like you just got to prove your humanity. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was pretty interesting that his role stayed the same, but like his evidence for his objective was different.
Let's see what else. We're almost at the end of the first part of the episode. Pretty much after this, well, we have Annie joining the battle, which was really awesome. We get to see the female Titan in action one final time. I'm sure all of the Annie fans out there had a field day. You know what's funny about my channel is like I have a disproportionately large female Titan fan base. If I do a video on Annie or the female Titan, people love it. It's crazy. Which I think goes to show how popular that character is, and I'm glad she got her moment. But we get this really great moment where Armin, he's looking at his unconscious body. He's trying to get himself to wake up, and he's so frustrated, and he lets out,
"You stupid idiot."
Yeah, he lets out all these feelings about how he's weak and useless, and he didn't deserve to be chosen over Erwin. And this was such a well voice acted scene. I mean, this is probably, I think Armin's VA was one of the best voice actors in this I can't really, maybe Mikasa's is on this, well, the main trio I think had the best performances, but this was really great. What did you guys think about, especially considering Armin's past and all of, basically, he's been sort of conflicted the entire series to some degree, especially after the first kill he had in, I think it was season 3 at the very beginning. And then as well after he almost died and was revived, and he was chosen over Erwin. He ate Barclophagus, someone he wanted to, he wanted to talk down. If you remember that episode, he tried to talk him down and just, clear things up and get and try to understand one another, and he didn't get to do that. Instead, he ate him. And
try to understand someone. Instead, you go ahead and you kill him by eating them. It happens.
Yeah, and he like, I think he expected in that episode to die when he was, burnt to a crisp. But instead, Levi chose Armin, and now since then he's been struggling with being the one that's chosen, even though he's not physically imposing. He doesn't look really manly at all, which I honestly think he does, but he can't go out there and fight Titans, right? About the only thing he's useful for is his mind. His mind is really, really valuable. And his ideals are really, really valuable as well. But despite that, he's in, a group of soldiers that are, basically hardened, trained killers. I mean, he's nothing like that. And so he's been struggling constantly with just him not dying and existing and being the one chosen. And especially after wiping out all those people in Liberio, when he transformed into the Colossal Titan, and how Eren betrayed them. It just, for Armin's character this entire season, it's really, he's been sort of just like, the pressure's just been building and building and building. And I feel like this moment was the moment where he just let it all out. And that is I commend the VA for Armin, because that is hard to convey something like that. And I think she did it pretty much perfectly in this moment. But what do you guys think about Armin in this scene?
Armin is a very interesting character. Like, he was always somebody that was, kind of weaker, not really, never had confidence in himself, just kind of very much down on himself. He thought the reason for him living was like the wrong choice, so to speak. Like, it was just, should have been Erwin. I'm not a leader. Guilt. Right, exactly. Survivor's guilt. And I definitely can feel that man's pain, because, you know, I feel like sometimes we all have a little bit of inadequacies, and sometimes we just let it all out. Sometimes, and I feel like that's obviously the more extreme because like he's inside a inside a Titan getting choked to death at that particular moment. But yeah, the VA did very great in that regards. But it was also something that he needed to hear for himself. You know, he needed to kind of like give himself a little bit of a pep talk to basically say, and yeah, he always puts himself down in this series, but in this instance, I feel like it was a little bit more of a pep talk, a little bit more of a "you're alive for a reason. This is why you're here. Now let's get up and do something." You know, everyone's counting on you. That's what I thought.
So it feels like with this last episode of Attack on Titan, it just highlighted how important that scene was of the choice between Armin and Erwin, which I'll admit, the first time I read that, which, you know, I've been a manga reader for Attack on Titan for a long time. The first time I read that moment talking about the Armin and Erwin scene where Levi had the choice between choosing one or the other, to me, when I read that moment, at the time, I thought it was like this cheap method to kind of force the emotions of everybody to swing one way or another. Kind of like just, I don't know. It's like, who do you love more, Erwin or Armin? It was like one of those things where you had to kind of, everybody had to take factions, like this manufactured type of deal. But it validates that moment because Armin, throughout the entirety of this final season, was trying to validate his existence to reach the heights that Erwin has reached. And it's not even all the heights that he reached, it's sometimes just like the idea of the heights he reached. Because Erwin did a lot of good things, but that's not to say that every choice that he made was right. I think he is romanticized to some degree by people like Levi and a lot of people in the Scouts because of the circumstances he was dealing with. Who's to say anybody else wouldn't make those same choices other than like Keith Chavez, who was like a fuck up in this position. But he was throughout the entirety of Attack on Titan. Beyond that moment was him trying to live up to that name of Erwin. So you get all of that basically snowballing in that scene where he's talking to himself, saying how much of a fuck up he is. And Armin has always been a person who struggled with his confidence and, you know, doing the right thing. But ultimately he latched on to that one thing of just maybe it was Aaron's thing of just pursuing through it all, like having hope in a sea of despair, and he kept going on. But no, it was an incredible scene. The voice acting was very great. I said Armin was probably the best voice actor. Their voice actress was probably the best voiced performance in this final episode of Attack on Titan, in my opinion. It definitely sold that whole thing of him being like this reluctant leader, but still having to pursue on.
Yeah, super good.
You just love setting off those alarms, don't you see?
Yeah, I have alarms set for specific reasons. We'll say. So basically the rumbling then continues onward. It basically this is crazy. This was a crazy way to end out this first part of this episode. The rumbling just decimates everything. It decimates the Great Plains. It decimates Hizuru, which is Azumabito's or Kiyomi Azumabito's home country. Decimates all of the east. And we see this mother and her baby. This mother and And the baby was actually from the previous episode. If you'll remember, at the very beginning of the previous episode, Eren is walking through the streets as he's about to apologize to, I think it was Halil or Ramsey. Maybe it was Ramsey, I think. He sees Ramsey getting beat up in the street, but before that, he looks over and he sees a man with his wife and his baby daughter, and this is that baby and that woman. And we see this crazy scene, and I'm so fucking glad they animated this. This was one of my favorite moments in the entire manga of AOT, just because it was just so well done in both of them. This one, I think it's done even better, but they were both great in their own rights.
Yeah.
The rumbling, these wall titans are basically forcing them to all these people to the edge of the cliff, and they have nowhere to go, and they're being pushed off, and they have no choice but to fall into the rocky waters below and die. And as the mother falls, and I love the way they do it. Someone said it was like right out of Schindler's List in my Discord server.
Yeah.
And it really is, because the baby and the mother are colored while everything else isn't.
Yeah.
It's all grayscale. And all of the people are basically juggling this innocent baby, trying to protect it from falling to the same fate its father and its mother did. And I thought that was a sign. There's some sort of symbolism from that, of humanity always trying to save the most innocent, always trying to save... that little baby, because I think we can all relate to that baby in some way. Like, we all started out the same way. And what crime would it be to die by falling into that ocean like that and drowning? And at the same time, you're giving that baby, in this instance, before the rumbling is stopped, you're giving it the seconds of life it has left to live. It doesn't even know what's going on, but people have the wherewithal to just keep it alive until, I guess, the Titans fall over the cliff and kill them all. Another interesting note about this is the baby's voice was Eren's VA Yukikaji's son or daughter or whatever. I don't know the gender of the baby. But it was his child that voiced this baby.
You did a terrible job.
Yeah, 0 out of 10.
The baby
It
should
sounded like a baby did this.
The baby should have went full rumbling.
Can you go Super Saiyan though? Well, for that scene, man, they did a, like, for a manga reader to watch what happened in the anime, they did a great job. Like what you said, specifically with like the grayscale and like having a baby be, having all the colors around the baby. So like the emphasis was on the baby and everybody's trying to save it. To me, what that symbolized was just everybody's hope for the future. The baby is the future because it's a baby. Obviously, you would think it has more potential to live more years than everybody else that's going on the edge. And the fact that they're facing impending doom with the colossal titan stomping, the heat sweeping the air, and everybody going against the edge and having to choose between dying via the titan stomp heat or dying from the fall and all the rocks at the bottom. They chose to save the baby's life. And I think that was symbolic of them choosing the future. This is why I question why people feel like Attack on Titan has this a lot of people claimed it to be this anti-fascist type of deal with Attack on Titan, which I never understood. I think there is a lot of good to be taken from this manga that I don't even really think you have to look too deep in it to find it. But this is one of those moments where even in all like the impending doom and just the sorrow and the sadness and all of it, there was hope with the baby, which Hey, baby ended up alive at the end, so good on the baby.
Yeah.
We'll
Poor
get you next
baby's an-
time.
Poor baby's an orphan now, but I mean, hey, the baby
Um,
lived.
You wait
my
before you say that's.
oh, shit.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, real quick, Adora Burb, who is one of the mods of the chat currently. So, everyone, give the mods in the chat hearts. They're brilliant. I love them all. They're amazing. Give them love and respect. Dorburb came up with a meme that was a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby, and it was the baby from this scene versus Aaron's massive doomsday titan. it's fucking
The baby
great.
survived, didn't it?
Yeah, baby must have did something
Baby
right.
stronger. Baby stronger.
I could just imagine them going, the secret is babies. Give them babies.
I was gonna say though, this was the fucked up thing that came in my mind when I was watching the scene. It's not that fucked up, just a little smidgen.
You'd eat that
No.
What the
What do I look like, Homelander?
baby?
Oh
No,
I wasn't going to eat the baby.
He drink the milk from his dead Oedipus complex woman thing. I don't even know how to describe that relationship.
Well, apparently that's what he was doing in the comics, but that's neither here nor there.
Eating babies?
Yeah, eating babies, like all kinds of other weird things. Yeah, completely different character in the comics, but what I was gonna say was, when I was watching this and the baby's getting passed around to person, I just thought to myself, like the last person who has the baby in their hand probably thought to themselves, "Fuck,
Fuck, this is my child now."
I had to take care of the baby.
I just got Shiro'd Imiad.
like
Damn
we just
it.
watched Spy Family where they play old maid and like you try to avoid having a Joker in your hand. The baby's the Joker. It's like everybody's passing around like, hey, take the baby, and the last person's just like,
Yeah, I could just see that. It's like, would you like the? No. You look like you got it. It's okay. You keep it. But I was just protecting it. You should really have it. No. I insist.
I thought I was gonna die.
Kayla Marie says that her comment got removed or something. That probably is just auto mod.
Yeah, we didn't remove
some things.
anything.
Yeah, some things just won't appear sometimes. YouTube's weird about that. If we remove a comment, we will tell you. So you're okay.
You're okay in our book.
As me.
Oh no. Here. I insist. Take this baby. It's like, damn it. Well, I guess you're mine now, Goku.
You mean Sean?
Oh, I'll get up. I'll leave.
I'm thinking about it too. I don't care if we have 91,000 people.
Decrepit Storm
Anyway,
says, I think the baby scene is better if we don't think too much about the logistics of what actually happened.
Yeah, probably with a lot of anime. Don't think about it too deeply.
Yeah. So now that the baby is alive and well, can we finally talk about the Zeke scene?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
him making sandcastles?
Sandcastle Zeke. Yeah. So now we're gonna get into the next part of the episode, which is the middle portion, which is a long dream. So this one starts off really interesting. Starts off with a dream between, I'm illiterate. It starts off with Armin talking to Zeke as he's making some little sandcastles. And they talk about their opinions online for what it means.
They love sand up there in the pass.
They do. Ymir, that's her favorite thing, is sand. It makes titans from sand.
The thought of a buff dude just playing with sand is so funny to me. The thought of a buff dude doing most things that aren't like strength related is very funny to me. But like that specifically is super funny. Like, why are you playing with sandcastles as a man, Zeke? Why are you
I
doing
mean,
this?
he's got nothing else better to do. I mean, he's in there for all eternity. So, I mean, he's like, well, guess I better build this fucking sandcastle.
It's just it's the most hilarious thing that I've ever seen in my life.
He's going to find a way to mess up, make it a sandcastle, too. He's going to be like, shit, even the sad castle betrayed me. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Like, I love, I guess, the conversation between Armin and Zeke. I love how Zeke was pretty much the negative, pretty much the naysayer. Just, oh, humanity, is it worth saving? Is it worth living? Look at it, look at what it's become. And Armin comes through with the positivity that this is what I love. This is what I enjoyed. I miss being with my friends, climbing up that mountain. Or not mountain. I'm thinking of Satsuki, sorry. Climbing up the hill with the tree and enjoying the breeze and enjoying that innocence, before all the bad times. And even Zeke was brought to realization that, well, I guess my life wasn't all bad. I remember playing catch with my dad. So all you dads out there, play catch with your kids.
Yeah, Satsuki.
Because they'll remember it.
Stop buying your child Slim Jims and relying on the money from KOA. There is no money.
That's your fault. That's your fault. What? How much money we up to? Bag of chips, Slim Jims, cup noodles. That's your fault. Well, I can't take her out to play catch when she's malnourished.
Satsuki, we've been averaging like 8 viewers for 5 years.
Well, now she weighs 8 pounds, so do something about that. What are you gonna do about that? Help her. Damn.
She's 4 foot and 8 pounds.
Yeah, and she's like 14 years old. Do something about that. Are you just gonna sit by and watch her die?
I'm not her dad.
Well, what are you then?
No, a stranger. What do you mean?
You have the power to change her fate, and you're just going to sit by and watch her die.
Adorable, he said it.
Wait, what did he say?
He said, "What do you mean?"
No, burp. That's not what I meant.
Wait.
Don't say the thing, burp.
I
don't know where I'm watching.
Well, it's not more of a watching thing. It's more of a we called out SeaTactics for saying "What do you mean?" a lot, and then I went ahead and did "What do you mean?" as like a meme back, and Adorable recorded me saying "What do you mean?" as SeaTactics, and he actually got him saying "You're an imposter."
Oh my
and it was pretty good.
I see it now.
No, I don't say it that often.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sasi, what do you think about this scene?
Well, first I want to say, Jamie said, play catch with your kid, or else they'll
use
the survey core as target practice. I can't read certain things because like the emoji thing cuts everything off. So yeah.
Hi, Rising.
Oh,
what is
Rising.
good, Rising? It's good. But I mean, him making sandcastles, it was funny to me. It was very amusing to me. I don't really have much else to say about it. I mean, their talk specifically, I thought was very good. I thought the scene, especially where Armin is holding the leaf and Zeke sees it as the baseball, like representing the things that was personal to them that made an impact on just the direction of their lives and what gave them, I guess, hope and the root of their perseverance was very good. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say about it.
No. Rising says he can watch an AOT stream and now have to not worry about spoilers.
True.
Yeah, and I just want to say really quick, learn. How you said it, I'll just say learn. Between Zeke and Armin, who is the more correct in this conversation? I think there's a little bit of correctness in both of them, to be honest. But I feel like it's kind of how you view life in general. Are you a glass half empty person? Are you a glass half full person? You know, it's. I think honestly, life is what you make of it. If you and I know it's a little different conversation about wars and genocide and all that other stuff, but what I mean in general is, if you focus on the negatives, you know, you'll only ever see the negatives. You know, of course, you're going to be like, you know, that's why I personally don't watch the news, because I mean, all I see is just negative, negative, negative all the time. But if you
Zeke's running the
you
news.
Zeke news. If you take a moment and just like appreciate what you have, you realize, you know, it could be worse. You know, there are other people that would dream to be in your situation and shoes. I think that is more of the way to go about it, and I do like that. It's like, yeah, Zeke had the immunization. Not immunization. You know what I'm trying to say? The extinction of that whole line plan and whatnot. Euthanation. That's what I was thinking of. But you know, not everything's all doom and gloom if you make it all doom and gloom, because Zeke had that revelation of, I really liked throwing the ball with my dad. And those were some things I cherish. And he even actually said to his dead father, I appreciate you, and that, you know, I love that, you know, because sometimes you got to remember the good. In your darkest of times, you got to remember that there were good times back then. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I honestly, and I'd love chat to chime in as well, but what do you guys consider yourself more of a Zeke type or more of an Armin type? Which is, that to say, Zeke is more glass half empty, as EA said, or with Armin, glass half full.
Yeah, depends on the day. Like, there are some days where everything's out to get me, and there are some days where, you know, I'm appreciative, and you know, you just gotta get that mindset going and whatnot. But I would say I'm more of a, you know, glass full type person, because, you know, sometimes you just gotta think to yourself, some days are just gonna be you are gonna have those days, but then when you have days like that, remember the good. I feel like that's me personally.
Yeah, I would say what I am and what I want is completely different, because what I am is more somebody who I always tend to think what could go wrong in a lot of moments. So in that type of light, I'm a pessimistic, but I want and I try to strive for optimistic, you know, outcomes. So it's a balance, definitely. More of a realist to say, to be frank, but I wouldn't put myself on the side of either, because like EA said, there's definitely days where you can lean towards one side or the other. But what I want is to be more of an Armin type, where you're looking at the good of things, but it's hard to do that sometimes. But you want to try to do good anytime you can, or look at things better if you can.
Yeah.
I think I lean skewed towards Armin, but I do have my tendencies where I tend to definitely be more pessimistic and jaded with life. But generally, I would say I am a person who tries to see the best I possibly can in humanity and myself in my own life. Because I sort of like sort of like how Attack on Titan portrays humanity in general. I realize, with humanity, we kill each other and we are fueled by conflict. I realize that and I accept that, but I also still strive for, that better future where we can all one day understand each other. I have always really believed in that since I was probably a kid. And so I think I'm probably the one here that skews the most towards Armin. In that sense. So that's me. Somebody asked in chat, when's the OnlyFans happening? Maybe it already has.
I do want to say on a point that you just said, see, I think like the whole idea of like accepting, because Attack on Titan is very very overt with its theme that humanity will always have violence because it's humanity. Like lots of different quotes from different characters. Pixa said something of the sort. Erwin said something of the sort. And that's what the ending was really going for. And in that light, I think you could look at that as a pessimistic thing. But the fact that people still strive to find peace, even knowing humanity may be doomed to a cycle of violence, I think is a positive message in of itself. It's just one of those things where the yin and yang, like you have the bad, the cycle of bad, but it's kind of like the whole thing of you need idealism just to go forward in the future. Like, even if you know that the idealism is impossible, it'll never happen, the strive for that needs to be there for there to be a push in a positive direction. And in the same light, you have to think of humanity in a good sense for you to have hope in humanity, because while you may be faced with the realities of humanity being doomed to violence or just bad things in general, you have to think of it in a good light, and you have to think of the good things that it can bring, or else, I mean, we'll be in a bad state, and we truly will be doomed.
Very well said.
Yeah. Realism doesn't mean pessimism. Realism also means accepting the good things of life too. You have to have a healthy balance, because life provides you a healthy balance. It's just we constantly are always shoved the bad in our face.
Yeah.
Especially in this day and age. So, got to be balanced. Got to make sure you're not falling into a pit of death. So basically the Battle of Heaven Earth continues, and after this
they call upon the brothers.
Yeah, they call upon all of their past lost former comrades. We have Titans, like we have Grisha's Attack Titan, we have Ymir, Freckles Ymir, we have Aaron Kruger, who does the Kit Kat, which I think was awesome. He splits a Titan in half like he did the ship when he appeared in season 3. We got Marcel and Porco, the brothers. We have Saver. They all join in the battle. They basically just destroy all the Warhammer Titans. That was their goal. This was awesome. I love this moment. It felt like a little mini Power Rangers moment where all the past Power Rangers come back, and the kid inside of me was just exploding with joy.
Oh, but yeah, that was pretty great. It was, in this moment is where they turn the tide, I think, because at this moment, that's when the Titans inside the paths that are inside the Aaron, it's a little confusing, but they're fighting each other, and they're kind of sort of, giving the advantage to the group that's trying to get to Aaron's big colossal head and blow it the fuck up. But yeah, that was cool just to see a throwback to all those characters, the ones that have died and ones that have been long forgotten. But yeah, that was great. I think this was the moment that set up, Armin coming back and Mikasa doing the badass through the sky scene. Yeah, yeah, much enjoyable to my eyes.
Yeah, seeing everybody form up. We seen a lot of with Grisha, be a beast and put in work. It was just cool to see everybody back who were former Titans have some impact on the current story. It's fan service in the sense that we could have had anybody do that.
Titan boobs.
I guess. No.
Wait, what?
No.
What'd you say?
Titan boobs.
Oh.
No.
All right, let's kick C from his own channel.
Yeah. I don't know if we can do that, but yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I don't think you should be like thirsting over the Titan boobs. Sorry for all those female Titan fappers that we got out there, but yeah,
no matter how big they are.
Yeah, no matter how big they are, you shouldn't simp over the Titan booty. Yeah, wise word from a decent man. But yeah, it was like fan service, like I said, in the sense that we're focusing on characters that we've seen before, but I still liked it just for the fact that like it's just a callback to all those other Titans. So continuity thing, I like it.
Did they ever explain where the animal titans stem from? Television asks. I don't think so, but I mean, I guess you could surmise that that's just probably some of the beast titans or the jaw titans throughout history. But basically, eventually, Armin is freed from the Okapi, which is nice. They decimated Ymir. They were like, "You stupid kid." Oh.
You forgot to hype up my daughter.
Gabby shot the Okapi in the head.
There we
By
go.
the way, Phase Gabby is real.
While flying on top of Falco.
She's flat. Listen,
headshot.
My daughter was flying on a bird titan, big ass bird titan, wind flying everywhere. Yes, she's shooting a titan, but from her distance, it's still small. Shot him precisely right between, not between the eye, in the eye, with that big ass sniper. Yeah, she had Levi help her with steadying a rifle, whatever. My daughter. There's no one else like her. The best sniper, the best shooter of our generation. Super soldier. I'm proud of her. Thank you, Gabby.
Yeah.
It was like the one shot, one kill mission, but on a bird.
Yeah, on a freaking eagle from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it was pretty epic. Then slowly, wasn't that the same? Like right after that happened, Zeke came out nude.
Well, right before that, Annie catches Armin.
Right.
That was cute.
And does this?
Oh. Well, we didn't speak about like the Tsunade moment that happened when Annie first showed up when they were on Falco, and the first thing Annie says is, "Where's Arm?" And then she stops herself and says, "Who did she say? Was it Peak that she asked for, or was it Reiner? She asked for somebody else basically, but the first person she thought of was Armin, which I thought was like a cool touch because she always has that super stoic and cool demeanor, but she was really worried about Armin, which I like.
Yeah, they caught up, and then we got nude Zeke.
How did you feel?
Best moment of the episode.
How did I feel? I feel like Levi owns the shit out of Zeke.
You think he has a bigger pecker?
Oh my god.
I mean, he's an Ackerman. That must mean that he's packing something.
But Zeke has royal blood.
Yeah, I don't think it matters because he's headless now.
Mm.
I mean,
you
once you
still-
die, you cease to have a giant dick.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying because even if he did have a humongous wang and was showing it to the world as he was like on top of the Titan, just going, what a beautiful sight! I could feel this breeze. Okay, mother, gets his head cut off by Levi, who I bet Levi was more than happy. Like he jumped from a fucking eagle and flung his ass all the way over to get to Zeke. He was like, I'm coming for you, Zeke. And then just absolutely destroyed. And I'm like, is that 5 times he's owned his ass now? I mean, don't get me wrong. Zeke got the one thing in, which was, exploding himself.
Well,
that sounds bad. I'm sorry.
3. Okay, so first I want to read Ellie's comment. Hey babe, wanna see my beast tie-in? Yeah, sure. But 3 times I would say the first time they met, which was of course when he sliced him up and he was like, is this Levi? So that first time, I think that was season 3.
That was great.
The second time was when they were in the woods. Okay, no. So I can't really count the Marley thing because that was the plan. The plan was for Zeke to fall to Levi very easily and for them to scoop him up and put him on an airship. So I don't count it. I don't really count that as a own. So the second time for me was when they were in the woods. Zeke screams, everybody who drunk the liquor turned into Titans, and then Levi did his thing and ended up, putting a sword through his eye, and then he exploded himself. So second time and the third time would be now.
And
That's
it was
for me.
beautiful. It was beautiful. Levi didn't even wait. Zeke was like enjoying the scenery, and then Levi's like, "Your ass is mine."
Your ass is grass, Zeke.
And that was that. And that was the end of Zeke.
I love that there was no talking with that. It was just finish the job.
Yeah, he knew it was coming. He wanted to be put down.
Yeah,
there was nothing else for him.
Yeah, he only lived in multiple eternities inside of the paths.
Yeah, I mean, once you build a sandcastle for all eternity, you kind of want to die.
It's true. It's true.
You know what
Kill
I mean?
me. He's still buff though. Looking good.
He is buff.
Yeah, he's pretty buff and nude.
Buff and nude. The way Zeke likes it.
Did he get any clothes? Like, was he naked that entire time he exploded himself?
I don't know, to be honest. I know he had clothes in the past. At least I hope he did.
Attack on clothes.
Attack on clothes.
Attack on wardrobe.
Oh my gosh. Imagine Zeke in the Kill la Kill universe.
He fit right
He would
in.
fit right in.
He'll thrive.
Yeah.
He would have the light up nipples.
The light up nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
the
that one
sketcher
dude.
nipples. Yeah, the teacher.
Yeah, he had the light up nipples.
God.
They glowed like purple.
Great color.
So eventually they're able to John, oddly enough, detonates the TNT, severing the Doomsday Titan's head from its body.
Fitting.
And then the craziest thing, the hallucinogenia then reveals itself, tries to reattach itself to Aaron. What did you guys think about the hallucinogenia, and especially John detonating the TNT? I thought that was pretty fitting for him to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I think it was pretty fitting because Jean always loved Mikasa, and Mikasa didn't even know who John was. Just had eyes only for Aaron, and so, if there was one way to get Mikasa to notice him, this was definitely it. To blow up
Mikasa,
his
look
head.
what I'm about to do to your boyfriend.
It's, but yeah, it was pretty fitting for him. I was like, of course it had to be him. I thought that was pretty poetic in a way. But it's called the hallucinogena.
The hallucigenia. It's actually in a real life organism. It exists.
Damn,
Damn, nature, you scary.
It's probably not that big though.
No, I don't think it's that big. It could be. I don't know. But it's a real thing. It's like an actual real thing.
If I fucking saw something that size coming strolling down the street, I ain't never leaving the house.
I know what I'm doing.
What are you doing?
Also, it looks it looks exactly like that, but it definitely it's also called that in real life too. They don't actually call it they call it the organism in AOT, but it's the hallucigenia.
Okay. But yeah, that thing was freaking creepy. But yeah, it was like, I miss you, Aaron. Please come back. It just wanted to come for Aaron, no matter what.
QRW6 says, anybody getting ads during the live stream? Has
What?
anyone?
Ads?
I have the option to do ads. I can delay ads and insert ads, but that's all I can do. I mean, I guess I can delay ads. I'll just keep delaying it. Or can I hit it again?
Well, I don't know how YouTube live streaming works.
Yeah, I don't know how this works at all.
Yeah, I don't do it. Well, I do it, but I don't engage with it enough to know all the features.
I think it's actually resumed ads. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
How could you?
Okay, everyone use ad block.
You're loyal.
Everyone break out your ad block.
Your loyal fan base.
Oh, YouTube is cracking down on ad block. They can't use that.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I mean,
I can turn it off.
Wink, wink.
I'm turning it off, you guys. I can turn it off. I figured out how to do it.
No. There you go. You guys are free.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. I did not realize that. Also,
capitalism cries.
I'll lower slow mode to 5 seconds because you guys are being so good. I'm so proud of you all. You being adorable little viewers today.
Okay, now you're being patronizing.
Well, isn't that their special? These cute little
my little wiggle
I'm like
boogers.
Moira Brown from Fallout 3. Well, what do you got there? A broken leg?
Do you have a broken leg? Let's see. Let's take a good hard look at this. I can't.
We can fix that up.
Oh, you got
quick.
a little boo boo.
Here's 3 stim packs for you. Also, don't blow me up and turn me into a ghoul.
Thank you. Oh yeah, good stuff. I guess we're used to the KOA channel where it's not monetized, so this stuff doesn't happen.
I'm not going to lie. Non-monetized channels are very fun. I'll tell you that much. You don't have to hear about Shadow Ray Legends or replay.
On that note, if you haven't subscribed to KOA, please do.
EA, drop a link in the chat for KOA.
Even though it's already there.
Yes, that's true. It's also in the pin chat. You can do that too.
It's in the pin chat. Fuck. It's gonna take me a minute to find it. I wasn't ready for this. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh wait, no, that was the wrong thing I linked. Oops.
Someone said the hallucigenia is extinct. That could be it. I only searched it up. I wanted to read more about it, but I didn't get to at the time. So there you go. Then, as EA says, fuck shit occurs. Armin transforms into the Colossal Titan. Finally.
Good scene.
Yeah. He freaking blew him the fuck up. Literal atomic bomb.
I just like how the Colossal Titan has went from the sheer size of it being the intimidation factor to the sheer size of it being like one of his biggest flaws, and then us learning the like heat emitting that it emits and like the explosion that it first creates because it's so big being the actual thing that we're scared of. Like they don't even really care. Like the Titan itself can cause a lot of destruction, right? But it's that initial explosion that everybody's counting on that, you know, is the basis for why everybody thinks it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a fucking awesome scene. This is literally, oh my god. When I was watching this, I was like, this is the one thing that I've wanted since episode 1 of the series. 2 colossal titans in battle. That's all I've wanted to see. We got it, but they use the colossal titan to basically immobilize Eren. And you know, after this, we get some pretty interesting scenes here to set up and establish some stuff with the hallucigenia. So it separates itself from Eren's body, and as Reiner and Armin go back to Fort Salta, the hallucigenia starts basically like poisons all the Eldians there with like this gas or like this smoke or whatever.
God. And then they turned into Titans, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they turned into Titans because of the hallucigenia.
Dude, I was mad for a second. I seriously thought that's how Connie and Jean were gonna go out, and Gabby too. I was like, no, that's how they go. They just they become Titans. I was pissed for a second.
Yeah, I put the call in. Isayama was trying to go through with that, and I said, you know, my daughter's in that, right? And he was like,
oh, sorry, Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Braun.
Sasuke the Savage, that's you, right? Oh, I apologize. I'll fix that. Got things corrected, you know, the rest is history. But yeah. Would have been a terrible decision, you know.
People in the chat are saying Armenheimer.
Oh, that is clever. That's really clever. I wonder if that's why his name was Armin. Because it sounds close to Oppenheimer. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but
Armin and Oppenheimer? Do those sound similar?
Armenheimer and Oppenheimer. I think that's what they were going with. That is similar.
Isayama was like, yes, finally, my Oppenheimer fanfic has come to life. Armin, rise!
Armin just... Yes, master.
Do what you must.
He's just Darth Vader all of a sudden.
So yeah, it's really, I mean, it's in these moments that I think it's really interesting. You realize, or it's not you realize, but the hallucigenia is kind of like this middleman that gives the Titans its own existence, and it carries with it these magical powers and all this crazy stuff. And it's almost like never really, like, no one ever really goes like, what is the hallucigenia? Nobody ever questions it. It's just kind of like a thing. And that's what I like about it. Nobody tries to explain it. It's just there. And nobody really even knows about it. And I think that's super interesting to have this organism be one of the main factors in the Titan's existence. It's really interesting.
Well, we're waiting on the SeaTactics hallucigenia explain video. We're waiting on it.
I'm just gonna be like, hey guys, it's me, SeaTactics. I just want to explain the hallucigenia to y'all right now.
What happened to you?
I want to say, you're Krillin from Team 4-Star?
You guys, I was just beat up by Frieza. It was the worst thing ever. So, anyways,
Ellie
you
beat you
guys, before Bulma kicks the shit out of me, for being beaten, to shit by Frieza. Yeah, it's cool.
Oh shit. Yes. What was happening next? I'm sorry. It's I know we got off track yet again.
No, I was just talking about the hallucinogenia and how they portray it in the show. They don't try to explain it. It's just this force. It's
just there.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. And I also like when Reiner grabs onto it. That's the coolest part. As the Armor Titan, he's just like it's going at him, and he's like,
come at me,
he's
bro.
just like, yeah, he's just like, come at me. He's like, I'm gonna stand my ground, and I'm gonna stop you. And that's it. And he does. And he's all beaten up. He's got like arrows in him. His armor is half of it's destroyed.
Gabby's taking chunks out of him.
Gabby's like really hungry.
Good girl, Gabby.
I can understand.
Even as a Titan, you make me proud.
I can understand why she would be hungry. Satsuki, of course, works for KOA and relies upon that money to feed her. I don't know. She's 4 foot tall and weighs 8 pounds. I don't know how that's possible, but
Y'all fault.
maybe this is why she was. Maybe this is why she hated all the Eldians. Maybe.
I mean, listen.
I had to eat ramen.
I'll feed her whatever you guys give me, but she's going to eat at the end of the day. Whether that's from my hand or your flesh, you choose.
Oh, jeez.
Why didn't the worm just attach to a random person? Says Kayla Marie. I think that's because
it wubbed Aaron.
It wubbed Aaron. Yeah, the hallucinogenia was like Marin, and my dress up darling was just like I freaking love him. And
wouldn't that not work though? Because Aaron still has the coordinate, unless we're saying like it's a product of the coordinate.
I don't know. Isayama, if you're listening, I would like to interview you. I'd like to ask you some questions. Question number 1: is peak real? Question number 2: how about that hallucinogenia? Question number 3: what are your thoughts about how Satsuki's raising Gabby?
I think I'm doing a pretty decent job.
Here's some ramen, Gabby.
I mean, she's still a good sniper on that diet.
You know what? There's a lot of parallels between Mr. Leonhardt and Satsuki the Savage.
Well,
he does like to sleep.
I guess so. If my daughter kicked me like that to where she broke my fucking dreams, I'd probably be a little proud. Especially if that's what I taught her.
That's true. Annie broke her father's dreams. She's good at kicking. That's
very good at kicking.
It's probably the best kicker in this entire series.
She even needs better to join a football team.
She does.
Yeah. Everybody needs to join like a different sports team. Like Reiner needs to be in the UFC. He always or WWE or
any kind of wrestling.
Yeah, any wrestling because he loves to wrestle people. Aaron's kind of all around.
He'd make a good soccer ball.
Well, yeah, the head, I guess.
Yes.
And then Annie could kick him, so
Annie
could definitely play football. Mikasa, oh my god, Mikasa could pretty much do anything.
God, yeah, she could do MMA.
I could definitely see her doing like some gymnastic stuff. Doing all like the flips and stuff like that. Levi not anymore.
She would stick the landing, literally. Shink.
Yeah. Levi could do like some. I mean, he could do like handicap Olympic stuff now that he's in a wheelchair and missing the eye and missing the face and all this other stuff. Fingers.
Levi's gonna be that crazy old man in the corner saying, "Used to be somebody once.
I used to kill giants like it was butter.
You want to know how I lost these fingers and this eye?"
He's just at the liquor store, just yelling at everybody who comes through. They're like, yeah, short midget man.
I'll-
There's Levi in the corner. He's just yelling again.
he would still be surrounded by a harem though.
The funny part is no one will actually believe him. We're laughing about it, but no one will actually believe him. Think about
this
it.
day and age?
All of his feats come from Paradise Island. Nobody in Marley would actually believe that this short dude was a menace to all Titans and like any other threat. No one is going to believe that. Nobody. That's funny.
I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, I guess before he got in an accident, you could say like, he would have been really the best at like cleaning. I don't know if they have contests for that or whatever, but he would make one hell of a health inspector.
Yeah.
So EA, I'm gonna need your final thoughts on this here in a second. But Mikasa, just Eren transforms into the colossal, huge, big old boy. We'll say that. And while all this is happening, Mikasa's just breaking down. She's kind of realizing that her last moment with Eren is possibly going to be Eren beating up her brother and then telling her that she hates him and is a slave. And
pretty rough.
Yeah,
Relatable.
pretty rough. And so Levi, while Mikasa's literally on the ground, like holding her head, like, what the fuck? And Levi's like, Mikasa, we need you because we're the only two that can kill Eren. I thought that was a badass moment where the two Ackermans are like, we got to work together to kill this guy. And then we see Eren and Armin just fucking hit each other as hard as they can as big boys. What did you think about this, EA?
Mikasa definitely had a huge pill to swallow for sure. Because wasn't this around the same time where she had that dream with Eren?
Well, okay.
That happens after.
Oh, it happened after. My bad.
Well,
So
it's before, but it's
in the story, like us watching it happened afterwards. But in the context of the story, it happened before.
On Azumabito's ship.
Yeah.
When Eren and when Armin and Annie sat on Azumabito's ship is when all that stuff went down.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't. Okay, well.
Well, we'll explain when we get there why it is, because it's kind of Isayama doesn't directly tell you what's happening. You kind of have to be paying attention.
And I'm not good at it, but no, I'm kidding. It depends, but I guess the whole Mikasa thing was pretty cool because of the fact that it's literally just she's realizing that she's going to have to kill the man that she loves. That's a hard task for any freaking buddy. So, yeah, she just kind of just was like, I don't want to do this, but I know I have to do this because Eren's never going to stop because we thought we killed him. Then he came back from the dead, even though he's just a fucking head. And just, yeah, he's literally just a nonstop wrecking machine as he's just pounding the shit out of
two dudes just pounding each other.
Slapping meats.
Yeah, big meaty men slapping meat.
Muscular men, sweaty.
But that was pretty cool to see that. I thought that was pretty neat. But I guess you could call those appetizers to essentially what would be the main course later on. Because yeah, that was nice. That was cool. What happened afterwards was something that, well, I'll explain more later, but it sold me as far as everything that is Attack on Titan.
Well, Joel Rodriguez says, "What did I just walk into?"
A bunch of you walked into a bunch of big slapping meaty men's doing shit. Yeah, here we go. No, I'm keeping it on. I don't want to. You got subscribe. Here we go. I'm gonna drop the link again.
That's true. We're getting into the final. We're about to get into the final part of this episode. So if you haven't, please do subscribe to the KOA channel. It's in the link that EA just dropped, and as well the pinned comment. And if you like what we do here right now, this is literally what we do every week. So if you like that, and we do even more than this. We talk about news. We talk about other shows like JJK, Spy Family. We talk about Fryren, Rurouni Kenshin, tons of stuff. So definitely go check it out if that interests. It's what I like to market it as now is trash taste, but worse.
Ew.
Yeah, I mean, we got class. Trash taste. They're just a bunch of handsome looking men.
Yeah, I think you guys are handsome.
Go on. I have a beard. That's what makes me handsome.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it does. Beards are nice, I guess. So, after they go lock into battle, Mikasa basically got a super killer migraine. And all she wants to do is go back home. And, well, she wishes enough, and she gets it. We are then transported into, essentially, I guess it's like an alternate timeline, or like a part of the paths. And Mikasa and Eren have, their final moment together in a nice little cabin in the middle of nowhere with a beautiful mountain as the backdrop. This scenery was teased as the final key art for this episode, and I think it was very fitting. And I think this scene in general was just perfectly executed, because it was so sad. Because you realize here that this entire scene is a mirror of episode 1 of Attack on Titan. Particularly the first scene, where, if you remember in episode 1, Eren wakes up under the tree that's on the hill, the one that's been constantly referenced in the final season, and he's crying. He wakes up and he's crying. Well, what happens in this episode? Mikasa wakes up crying. And Eren says, "Why are you crying?" In the first episode, Mikasa said, "Why are you crying?" As well, Eren is chopping wood. Well, in the first episode, Mikasa was gathering wood. So it's really insane. On top of that, what they did here beyond that is they made Eren have the short hair. Now, this is not said in this show, but Isayama said in an interview that the reason that Eren has long hair is because he gave up on life. Why should he care about, maintaining his look when all he's meant to do is in the world? And also, as well, he's struggling to even remain conscious throughout all of this. So I imagine he's focusing all of his time and energy into just keeping the course and moving forward, so to speak. So the fact that he has short hair and Mikasa's back to her normal, like, a little bit shorter than shoulder length hair, and it's just a very touching scene. I like the fact that it's a cabin, because this is another reference to Mikasa's early family life before her parents were killed. This was her happiest time in her entire life. This is where, she lived happily with her parents, and this is, she wants to have that same experience with Eren. And sadly, they don't get to have that experience outside of this one final moment. And what's really crazy about it is that this is the timeline in which Mikasa confesses to Eren, and they run away together. And for me, this is when I kind of realized that, oh shit, Mikasa was always making the right choice by not confessing to him. Because if she did, they may have ran away together. And what happens when that happens? Well, Eren and Mikasa, they live out the rest of his life together that he has. Paradis falls, all of their friends die, and Marley takes control of the world. And they're genocided. That's kind of crazy. Not only that, but at the end of this scene, and I think this is like really heartbreaking, Eren and Mikasa sort of like embrace each other, and Eren basically tells Mikasa to kill him, and after she does so, to get rid of the scarf. And I thought that was just like super heartbreaking. She doesn't do that, of course, after waking up from or after getting out of the paths. She ties the scarf around herself, and she doesn't keep that promise to him. But what did you guys think about this entire scene? This was such a great scene.
Well, I want to speak specifically about the last thing you said about her not keeping the scarf. Just that scene. Just because we saw that when they were fighting, Eren and Armin in the final season, there was a scene where Eren put in Mikasa's mind that he was a slave to her, and whatever he said goes with her, basically. So her not discarding the scarf after he asked her is also just proof of, I mean, the lie that we already know was a lie, but just her having her own free will, I think, too. And also it's also like a kind of like a callback to Luis too, who was somebody who was a fanboy of Mikasa and, you know, gave her the scarf in the first place because she gave that to her, or she left it behind and, you know, she gave that to her. Kind of just like showing you how long standing her Mikasa's love was for Eren. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
What do you think, Ian?
Yeah. Such a bittersweet moment. It's almost like the life that he could have had, but he kind of knew what he had to do this whole time. So instead of getting what he absolutely wanted, he did what he thought was right versus, you know, essentially what he wanted. Which that's really hard, but I like the callbacks. I think he pretty much said it with the whole, you know, if he actually went with this and decided to be with Mikasa and how all that stuff would have happened versus what essentially happened. Yeah, that's just crazy. And it's almost kind of like a calm before the storm because we know what's coming, we know what's about to happen. And it was just a really lovely scene overall.
Yeah, so after that, really the climax of this entire episode happens. It's fucking insane.
Sasuke, I know what Decrepit Storm's talking about.
Oh, somebody also in the
The
chat.
Yor, oh my god, the Yor thing. What I said was true.
Sasuke, what did you say about the Yor? What did you say about Yor?
So he wasn't here for the
yeah,
for all the 94 people watching. Do not throw up when I say this. Just take it with a grain of salt. Actually, listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
And watch the podcast too.
Yeah. I said that after seeing Frankie and Yor interact with each other in an alternative world, mind you, not saying that I want this to be canon, not saying I want this to be the end game ship. I just said in an alternative world, I could see Yor and Frankie being in a relationship.
That's it?
Yeah, he got pelted. He got freaking booed. He got, all kinds of tomatoes at him. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was basically it.
I
So
was expecting
yeah,
something horrible.
I said that because Frankie kind of has never been in a relationship. Yor has never really been in a relationship other than this Lloyd stuff right now. But it's still not really romantic in that light. So them not having any experience in romance and Frankie being as compassionate as he is because he wants to keep the person that he's with, like he's willing to go the extra length to keep them. I thought it'd be a good idea. Sue me.
Well, Jake the Movie Geek in the chat says some people are putting out this theory that Eren didn't know his friends were going to stop him until he made contact with Yamiru. Is that true?
Wait,
Is
let
that
me read it again.
uh
Eren didn't know his friends were going to stop him until he made contact with Ymir. No, that wouldn't be the case. That wouldn't be the case because he already saw the future when he touched Historia. Yeah. So I'm assuming they're talking about when he made contact with Zeke and then he did all the stuff that he did. But I think he already saw the future when he touched Historia's hand or he kissed Historia's hand in season 3.
You know Historia's a real catch when you kiss her hand and you get visions of you destroying the entire world.
I don't think that will make me attracted to her.
in fact, that would make me
Put a ring
rethink
on
a
it.
lot of things about my life. I'd be like, I did this? What the fuck? How did it? What? I think it's time for me to hit the Dusty Trail. Taxi.
I mean, because you could point to that moment being the turnaround with Aaron's outward personality.
No,
Like Aaron didn't change. He didn't change as a person, but how he presented himself changed. He went from super expressive to very stoic, and it's all about the mission. And yeah,
Well, after this scene, the moment that is kind of insane when you consider how much we've went through with Eren, who is the hero that eventually became the aggressor. Eren is killed by Mikasa. This was
Depending on how you look at it.
This was really great. I love this because they used the thunder spears, which I think is really nice because I think Hanji invented them.
thank you, Hanji.
Yeah, she did. R.I.P. Hanji.
So Hanji had her moment in the final episode. Good for her. She cray, but we love her. And the animation in this moment was insane. Like Levi firing, dude, Levi just sliding on rocks that were like flying. Dude, the animation was killer. Like some of the best animation I've ever seen. Just insane. And when he fires the thunder spear, it just looks so fucking good. And then, of course, the final moment where Mikasa beheads Eren is just super sad.
Yeah.
And
Super clean.
Super clean as well, yeah. And in their final moments together, Mikasa kisses the severed head of Eren, which then triggers their erased memories. That
Kiss the severed head inside of a Titan's mouth.
while Ymir onlooks. See, this is what I was saying. No. We got to talk about this.
No,
I
that's not what you said.
I deserve a half
not at
point.
all. You deserve no points. Zero
listen.
out of any points.
Listen, I was right, okay? I was right this entire
You didn't.
time.
Nobody cooked anybody.
Oh, okay, so here we go. All right. So if people
Please
that
don't
don't
tell me
watch
you have a
KOA,
presentation.
I wish I did. That would be pretty good.
I seriously would have lost my mind.
Okay, so my theory was that at the end of it, AOT was going to have an AOE, an anime original ending, where Eren and Armin would kiss and cuck Mikasa. I was wrong about that. However,
Boo! You stink!
Does
who is the third wheel in this scene? Who is the one on looking the kiss being given? Okay?
SeaTactics.
No, Ymir. Poor little Ymir.
You never once said Ymir.
She's like 2,000 years old.
She needs to get over it.
And she was thick in one of the scenes. They had thick Ymir.
Whoa. The hell happened to you?
Did you not? You guys have not seen the thick Ymir artwork?
I don't want to see it.
You posted it. We've seen it.
Yeah, that's thick Ymir.
I don't want to see it again.
Anyways, I was right.
You just admitted that you weren't.
You
No.
weren't even close, dude.
No, I said the cuckening theory, okay? The
And
cuckening
it was
theory.
even right.
See, Burb
That's
even
like-
says it. Burb even says it. They had no right to make thick Ymir, making me act unwise.
No, that's not agreeing with you.
Right, that's literally him talking about a thick Ymir. That is not him saying that anything about a cuck theory.
No, people are saying in the chat. They're saying, poor Ymir. Ymir
I
got
thought-
cucked. Even Decrepit Storm agrees with me. Wait, no, what did he say? No, I don't simp for Vladilena. Okay, first of all...
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Somebody clip that. He says he agreed with Decrepit Storm that you simp for Vladilena.
No,
Boom, boom, boom. Evidence, more evidence.
And
I've
he also
never-
said the cuckening was a lie. Exclamation point. It's true.
Antonio says, facts. Why did she let the pigs out? I forgot to mention that.
Wasn't that because everybody else? Wasn't that because that's what she was asked to do?
Yeah, she's and she felt good about it because she thought she did the right thing.
And who don't like bacon?
Yeah, who don't? And also, that was the Okapis as well. So that's why she's the Okapi Titan. She's a fan of the good old grocery store that doesn't exist anymore called the Piggly Wiggly. Loves that place.
Whatever happened to the good old days?
Everywhere you look.
Adora
everywhere.
Burb says Ymir had the pigs barking.
What does
Oh,
that mean?
Denitas Media is here.
Hey, Dan! He says, I'm sorry, guys, I'm late. What's the current topic of the stream? We're talking about...
We're talking about how C was fucking wrong about the cuckening theory, and he's trying to say that he was right.
Well, I
Damage
was.
control.
I was definitely right. Yeah, no,
Wrong.
it says, hey, SeaTactics cooking right now. I cooked a full 18
He's
million
cooking all
course
right.
meal.
Wrong.
Let me tell you guys something about my cuck theory. So,
Let me tell you something. Here's the thing. Here's the truth about AOT AOE. While I was being attacked by all those AOE people in my comments for literally no reason, I was agreeing with them the whole time. They just didn't know. You know why? Because I erased their memories in the past, and for them to actually get their real memories back, they have to kill someone. I don't know who. Haven't thought that part out yet, but and then they'll realize that the real AOE is the cuckening.
hold on, Sasuke, I'm joining you. I'm coming.
Wait, why am I echoing? Oh, this is horrible. See, I'm right. They left. Well, here's the thing, everybody. We do KOA every Monday. Check the pinned comment in the live chat. Click on it. Subscribe to the channel. No, this is not a fanfic, Decrepit Storm. This is the truth. Do we have King Fritz to thank for a great show? I think so. I think King Fritz is, he may have done, despicable, horrible things and started the cycle of war, but without him starting the cycle of war, we would not have AOT. What is Satsuki? Is he wearing the Vladilena hat? What's going on here?
Or Esdeath.
Or Esdeath, yeah. What hat is that, Satsuki?
Kokichi from Danganronpa.
Oh.
Okay.
I agree.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done with that part. It is now time to move on towards the final chapter. AKA toward the tree on that hill. So before, like I said, if you guys haven't, check out the KOA channel. This is going to be our final segment of the show, and then we'll answer some questions and then leave you all be. So now let's get into what happens after Aaron's death. Well, after Aaron's death, Armin finally is able to recall his final conversation with Aaron before he basically wiped his memories. All of this occurred on the Azumabito ship. It basically, so I don't know if we should should we just do this, should just talk about this freely, or should we do this beat by beat? Because this is like this is probably one of the biggest moments in the entire series that reveals so much about the plot and the inner workings of the series. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm cool with talking about it freely. I feel like when you talk about things freely, you can kind of like bounce off each other's and then just be like, oh, there was that one thing. Oh yeah, and then there was that. But
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
But so who wants to start?
I want to answer Anataz Media. Wait. Can't really see me because I don't know if they're going to have me a shot. But what I have in the background, Watamote, Hinamatsuri, Shadow's House, A Silent Voice, that manga I can't name on stream, Chainsaw Man, Hunter x Hunter, Spice and Wolf, the light novels, Quintessential Quintuplets, Prison School, Spy Family, How do we relationship, Citrus, and Naruto. That's all the volume covers I have. I have more, but it's in the closet. But yeah, we can continue now.
An eclectic taste indeed.
Exquisite.
Well,
Delicious, quite.
I sort of want to talk about the Ymir thing in this, because I think the Ymir character has been sort of, I don't want to say it's not made sense, it's not revealed itself up until this point. But Ymir, this entire time, the reason she did everything she did is because she always obeyed King Fritz, even for 2,000 years, because she got Stockholm Syndrome, and she loved him. What do you guys think about this? Because I remember talking about this in previous seasons, and we were all very confused by it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that all pretty much Attack on Titan is because somebody didn't get enough love. It's essentially Ymir just, and jealousy too, I guess, so to speak. It's really crazy. But
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
yeah. And that's an understatement of the year
Yeah.
when it comes to Attack on Titan universe. But damn, insane. But I guess I don't really have much when it comes to that aspect. It was definitely a shocking revelation when I saw it. I was like, oh wow. It was all because she loved her king and she didn't love him back.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was interesting how she thought, I think this was referenced earlier in the episode with Zeke and Armin's discussion, but she always thought about killing him, but she could never do it. Because of this sense of love that she felt for him. And she was never strong enough, and she was always searching for someone to break her free of this curse that is, you know, her love for this man that never cared anything for her, ripped out her tongue, you know, like killed her family, destroyed her village, enslaved all of her people, but she still loved him because I don't know if anyone knows about Stockholm syndrome, but it's a real thing. And this mental illness that she was going through, you know, it caused her great harm in her life. It really messed her up, and she never, like, man, Ymir had like one of the worst lives in this entire series. Just horrible.
Well, I want to say for me, when I first read this moment in the manga, I wasn't a fan of it. I think now, you know, being like a couple, some years removed from it, like 2 years removed from it, and now watching it, I think I'm a little more receptive of it. Like, I understand it a lot better. So the reason why I had an issue with it in the first place, because I'm thinking to myself, you love King Fritz. Like SeaTactics said, the guy that ripped out your tongue, enslaved you, did this and that to you, all this doesn't really make too much sense to me. And it's not because of the Stockholm syndrome thing, which I think is like working in effect with her. It's not that reason why I'm more receptive to it. It's more so of the reason that I kind of now understand with Ymir's character what Isayama was going for. Her being someone that was seeking someone else's approval, like seeking acknowledgement, to the point that she would put herself in harm's way for that. So maybe like the first time that someone showed her any little type of attention, she latched onto that person and it turned into love for her. Because personally, if I was Ymir, of course I wouldn't love King Fritz, but it's a different way of experiencing or falling in love with somebody, and that's just something I had to accept, even if I know like I wouldn't personally feel that way towards them. So it's more so just looking at it in a different perspective that I was a little more receptive towards it. I still wished it was a little more focused on or something, to where it didn't feel like it came out of left field when you get that reveal, but I definitely don't think is as bad as I thought it was in the past, because I hated this moment in a manga. Absolutely hated it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about Aaron's plan of making basically the Survey Corps and the Marley Warriors into heroes by him becoming the ultra villain?
The ultimate evil. Wow. This was a shocking revelation too. Like, I knew he had a plan. I guess I just didn't know what kind of plan it was. I had my theories. But dude, took out 80% of the world.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. When he said that this conversation between him and Armin, he was saying that you were able to stop me, but I took out 80% of the human population. I was just like, what? 80%. Because I knew he did some damage. I didn't know he took out almost the whole world. That's insane to think. And he definitely had his reasons. But that, when it comes to Attack on Titan, I think lies the whole what the show is about. Did he make the right choice? Did he make the wrong choice? Is there a right choice? Is there a wrong choice? Is any choice in this universe right or wrong? I think that's really left up to interpretation, to be quite honest, because the show itself is about... It's definitely about war. It's about war and what it brings and the conflicts that come from it. But when it comes, I guess, to that whole moment between Armin and Eren, I love their conversation. It was so heartbreaking. I especially remember the moment where I think this is where we kind of saw Eren for who he was, because he was kind of like this, serious person the whole time, not showing any type of emotion. And Armin socks him in the face and says, "Why do you think Mikasa wants to just forget about you? What are you, some kind of piece of shit?" And then Eren breaks down and says, "Of course I don't. Of course I want to do this. I want her to look at me. I want her to love only me." And when I saw that, I went, there it is. That's the real Eren that we know. And it was just such a heartbreaking moment, such a realization that it's not that he hated them. He never hated them. He did it all because he had this plan, and that plan was so that they could go on living this peaceful life. And it took a great sacrifice for him to do that. And yeah, he's going to be going to hell. And he even told Armin, "See you in hell." And he said, likewise, they're both going to meet each other in hell again. But that, to me, was just like, I think that was the best part of this whole series, was just that moment when I was like, okay, this is what Attack on Titan is.
That's funny.
Loved it.
That's funny.
Thank you for living life, EA.
Yeah, thank you for being a real G.
You have no idea. C has experienced this. I've experienced this. That moment where you spoke glowingly about was the moment that split the Attack on Titan manga fandom into pieces.
Oh my
You
God.
have no idea what you said. I'm glad that you gave your take first, so no one can say that we influenced you into thinking that. That moment changed the course of the fandom for good. You have no idea what you just did.
That's crazy. Like, I don't know why they're so split, because I don't know, maybe I'm just naive when it comes to these sorts of things. Maybe I just soak it in differently than other people, but I felt as if it was pretty much showing us Eren's sacrifice and what it took from him. I didn't know, like, what were people pissed off at? They were pissed that he wasn't this ultra evil bad guy.
Yes.
C has that. C has been seeing comments like that.
Yes, no,
for years.
What they wanted Eren to be, what they thought. See, this is what happened when this scene happened. The manga fandom had their own minds made up. Half of them did, basically, pretty much, and they said that this is outside of Eren's character. That he's developed too much to be anything like this. That Eren is this Giga Chad that hates Mikasa, hates women. He hates romance. He hates everyone outside of Paradis, and he should eliminate all life. And that the fact that he died is ridiculous, and that there were theories called the AOE. It was the anime original ending. People were convinced, channels dedicated to this theory, that Eren, that this ending was not the real ending, and that somehow Isayama thought up in his mind that because he liked Muv-Luv, that he was this master manipulator of the fandom, and was like, yeah, for the anime, he's gonna wake up after this scene and he's gonna end the world. They see Eren as this long-haired, black, long-hair, edgy dude that all he does is sit inside all day, sits on the computer, and hates his life, and is miserable, and hates everything, and just browses forums.
But that doesn't make any sense to his character, to be quite honest. Like,
yeah, and they said that him crying is pathetic, and that
he's always cried.
Yeah, well,
he's cried from the fucking beginning.
They called him a crybaby for 3 seasons.
Right.
Yeah. And they said that was out of character, that Eren is this mega Chad, and that he was just a wuss in this, and that they ruined his entire integrity as a character. Dude, and this is crazy because I haven't said this in a video yet. EA, I had people, one night I was in my Discord server, I had a bunch of people join my Discord server and proceed to like basically attack me because they basically attacked me over my feelings that the ending is good, because I think it's a good ending in the manga, and they were like, no, it ruins Eren's character. Eren is a wuss in this. He's a pussy. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's literally.
What do you mean?
Okay, I don't say it like that, but listen. From the first episode, he wakes up crying. At the end of the first episode, what is he doing? He's crying.
He's watching his mother die. But
see, at the end of season 2, what is he doing? He's crying because he's, for a moment, going, oh shit, I can't turn into a Titan, and now Mikasa and all of my friends are going to die.
Right. I guess I personally just don't see, because to me that's his character. Like,
yes,
the whole reason that he did everything was for in his mind the greater good. That was his sacrifice. He didn't it would be the opposite if he became this ultra villain and then all of a sudden didn't care about anybody. Because where the fuck did that come from? That's what I would say. I would say, so you mean to tell me he goes to Marley for 4 years, loses a leg and an eye, and all of a sudden he's an evil fucking piece of shit? No way. There is no way that would be true, because he had a plan. I knew he had a plan this whole time, and it was a sacrifice he was not willing. Well, he was willing to make it, but it hurt him so deeply inside, and that right there showed me everything that's what it was. It was killing him, literally and figuratively. He didn't want to do it, but he did it. That was the whole point why he did it. The fact that they separated everybody, the fact that everyone was separated from this is just ridiculous, to be honest.
It's so dumb.
I may be in love with you now.
Yeah, you said you.
I'm already taken, but thanks.
This is your shining moment on this entire podcast.
Oh, well, thanks. I'm just being genuine.
Like, for real. Like, I want to cry because I've been fighting this fight since the manga ended about everybody hating this specific moment with Eren, them calling this a Mickey Mouse ending. I've never seen anything in which I can't think of a series in which
that'd be crazy if Snow White ended the world, right? What a Mickey Mouse ending.
I can't fathom any story in which someone kills 80% of the population, not 80% of your city, not 80% of the state, of your country, 80% of the population. I've never seen that, and that character being framed as Mickey Mouse because they didn't kill the entirety of the fucking world other than Eldians.
Yeah, they said it was all for nothing. That's what they said about the ending. It was all for nothing. And I'm like, what do you mean it was all for nothing? Aaron,
I disagree.
You know how many people are left on the planet? Around
20%.
2 million. Around 2 million. The entire globe.
That's crazy to think.
Around 2 million are left.
That's insane when you really think about it, and how many people he killed and what was left in the world. That is crazy. That is crazy. But I absolutely love that scene. It's probably one of my favorite moments, not just of this episode, but maybe of all of Attack on Titan, because it's the sacrifice, it's the pain, it's the humanity, it's the message deep down is because this is all about war. This is all about the sacrifices and the consequences of war. Deep down, when everything's all said and done, we're all human. Because humans push the button. Humans launch the missiles. Humans kill families, civilizations, and everything else. What that lays on people's heads and on, just the guilt is just insane to think about. And I feel like that was the whole point of Eren, is that he had to do something he knew in his mind was willing to make the world a better place, in his mind, for peace. But what it took to kill 80% of the world, it was, just like the Thanos meme. Is it done? Yes. But at what cost? Everything. He lost everything to get what he wanted. And, it's heartbreaking. It's definitely a bittersweet ending, and I thought this was just very well done.
And another thing that I hate this so much. They say that Eren's entire goal was to eliminate everyone. No,
it wasn't.
No. His entire goal was to eliminate the Titans so that his family and friends can live a happy life. He didn't care about ending war. He only wanted to have Mikasa and Armin and John and Reiner and Annie and Marco and everyone that's died and everyone that's still alive. He wanted them all to live a life where they could explore the world, see the aurora borealises, the seas of fire, and the ocean. That's all he wanted. He didn't want anything more than that. It was quite simple. Very quite simple. And to do that, he had to flatten the world. And he even explains in the previous scene with Armin that Armin asks him, he's basically like, hey, why did you go through with all of this? And he's like, I don't know. I just knew I had to do it and that there was no other choice. I tried many times. This was the best option. This was the only option that I could do to save everyone. And that's by killing literally everyone. How is that all for nothing? I don't know. It's, and the fact that people say his character was someone who just wanted to propagate hatred and destroy and genocide and end everything. It's just so not Eren. That's Flock. That's not Eren. Flock that's Flock's character. And maybe, I don't know, maybe people they look up to Flock a little bit too much. Maybe they're a little too young, and they see Eren and Flock as the same, but literally Eren used Flock. That's it. That's all there was to it. Eren used him. He manipulated him. Just like how he manipulated the Smiling Titan to kill his own mother. Just like how he's manipulated before.
Crazy. When he said that he actually had to steer that Titan in order to eat his own mom, and I was like, because I know the big twist in Final Season Part 2 was that he was there influencing everybody the whole time, which still blows my fucking mind. But he also did that to start the chain of events with his mom dying and then becoming Eren to start everything. I was like, Jesus. Oh my God, that's horrible. That's crazy.
So not this is not even like self promotion, but way back when Attack on Titan was still having chapters. This was, what year was this? 2019, end of 2019. I made a video called titled like has Aaron changed? Because a lot of people were saying Aaron was a completely different character. Basically, after the time skip when Aaron was a lot more stoic, cold, and had a different type of demeanor, people were wondering if Aaron was a different character, whether that kiss influenced him negatively, and if that was a permanent change. And I've always maintained, even back when, you can check the video, I've always said Aaron has been the same character from the first time you see him to the end. Who is Aaron as a character? He's someone who's very impulsive. I guess you can say loyal. And who was very abrasive. But the one thing that's always constant with him is his strive for freedom. Why is like our goal to defeat all Titans? It's because we focus on Aaron. The Titans oppress his freedom. The Titans oppress him from going outside of the walls because they occupy everything outside of it. So Titans are our enemy at the time. Come season 3, the Titans, not that they become a non-factor, but we kind of focus on something else. Whereas we focus on the government. And that's our target. They oppress our freedom. So they are now our enemies. By the time season 3 ends, final season, where we see the shot of Aaron pointed across the water saying, if we eliminate those guys, will they get rid of all our enemies? Now our big target becomes everybody outside of Paradise Island. Why though? That's the question you have to ask every single time. Why does Aaron oppose the Titans? Why does he oppose the central government? Why does he oppose everybody outside of Paradise Island? It's because they threaten his freedom. Freedom is the central core theme of this series. What is this symbol that I'm wearing across my chest? What is this called? The wings of freedom. The servant courts literally wear the wings of freedom to symbolize them being out on the outskirts of outside the walls, fighting against Titans, striving to give the people freedom. That's Aaron's whole thing. The reason, and here's the biggest thing, because people also ask this question: why, Aaron had the founding Titan, he already activated the rumbling. Why didn't he just restrict everybody, all the Titan shifters, from opposing him? Why didn't he do that? Because freedom. He didn't want to restrict them. Could Aaron have stopped Annie, Reiner, Falco, anybody from stopping him? Absolutely, he could have. He had that power to stop everybody. He had all the power in the world to do whatever the fuck he wanted at that time. He didn't stop them because his whole thing is freedom. I'm going to do whatever I can do. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do what I want to do, but at the same time, I'm not going to stop you guys from doing what you guys want to do. He's not going to restrict your will. Now, if his will overrides your will to the point to where he kills you because what he wants is stronger than what they want, so be it. But he's not going to constrict you in a way that your will is superseded by his power, that being the founding Titan's power. That's the whole thing with Aaron. So I've always been confused as to why people thought Aaron became a different character. He's never changed as a person. He's always been the same. The only thing that's changed about him is the people he's targeted and his demeanor. That's it. That is it.
Yeah, truth.
I couldn't agree more. I guess after that, we reached the end of Attack on Titan. Pretty much,
sort of,
right?
yeah. Well, I do want to say as well, I really liked that. I really liked the scene where Armin basically tells Eren after Eren, is like, I can't live. Look what I've done. Look how many people I've killed. Do you think that's fair? I have to die here. So he chooses to die. And Armin, he has this moment with Eren, which I thought was really great and totally different from the manga. This is one of the really only few changes they had, and I thought it was basically what Isayama was trying to capture with the original thing. And he went on record as saying that was a very hard scene to write, and he wasn't proud of it, of the outcome, which was basically Armin's like, basically like, we both have a special place in hell for each other for all the killing that we've did. Because, if you remember, Armin, after he had his first kill, he killed someone who he thought was innocent and someone who was just, a victim of all this. He also killed all the people in the raid on Liberia, women, children, men, the entire Marley Navy. I mean, he's killed a lot of people. And that really affects Armin, and we see it throughout this entire final season how heavily that weighs on him. And he basically takes responsibility for his actions. He's like, yeah, if you're the bad guy, Eren, I am too. And there's a special place in hell for both of us for what we've done. So, if there is a hell, let's meet in hell, and let's vow to atone for what we did there. And it's this moment where they both take responsibility. In the original manga, there's basically it's basically this, but the punchline for it instead of that is thank you for becoming a mass murderer for our sake. I think that was the quote. So he basically he thinks
the essence of the whole conversation is here. I think the way the anime did it was way more explicit to where you couldn't misinterpret what was being said.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinterpretation.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and I think that was probably one of the only times in the series that was like where it was like, are you sure about that, Isayama?
Yeah, I could understand it. I could understand the change here because reading a manga, that was another thing people had a problem with. I feel like I understood it at the time, but I could definitely understand why that was just that didn't resonate well with a lot of people. So I have no issues with the anime like clarifying exactly what is being said here, because this conversation was a lot more drawn out. I think in a manga it was maybe like 4 pages from a certain time, like from the time he says like
rushed.
Thank you for all the stuff. Yeah.
The final chapter, the final 2 chapters really were pretty rushed in certain scenes. It wasn't that
this
like,
one especially.
Yeah, this final chapter and this moment, this scene was rushed. Some of the stuff with Mikasa was rushed as well. With the stuff with Mikasa, they improved upon it in this episode too. They drew it out. Still a great ending with the manga, don't get me wrong. It's just that one line is very weird. Like you're kind of like taken aback. You have to think about it for a moment. Like what?
Yeah, and just with the emotions, this scene was a lot better. Like I was on the verge of crying with the scene. Like,
oh, I cried this entire episode.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the
like
anime
tears.
did its job. Yeah,
did a very good job.
Literally, like crying, like legit, like ugly crying face. Like I'm not even exaggerating or doing like a bit. Like I was legit crying the entire. When I was reviewing it for the notes, I was crying a little bit. Like it's just this entire episode is so emotional, but so basically after all this, they all, after they remember everything. We have this really, really sad moment too, like right after, that's sort of bittersweet. We see a lot of things. We see we see the Titans go away, which was, since Ymir's dead, the Titans don't exist anymore now. And like everyone that was turned into Titans in the final moments, they're all now back to human. All the Wall Titans in the Rumbling, they're all back to human now. I wish we got some showcase, of that, but we didn't, sadly. And basically everyone's sort of like, they're happy, and it's really hard to see. And some of them like John and Annie, like Aaron talked to all of them. All of that he considered friends. He talked to all of them. He didn't talk to like Falco, Gabby, or Peak, which I thought
really no reason to talk.
Water under the bridge.
Yeah. Who hasn't tried to kill Aaron at this point?
It's Peak. I'm sure Aaron
you're not wrong.
I'm sure Aaron would love Peak. Who doesn't love Peak? She's got floofy hair. She crawls.
And then does that run.
This was, and then as well, we see Levi. Levi was hard to watch because you see all of his dead comrades, and he sees them, and he's like, so.
And then he does that.
So this is what you dedicate your hearts for. Like, he realizes that this right here, that phrase, this moment is what this means. Like, it's such a good payoff. So great.
Yeah.
It's like for Levi, what I always felt, despite him being a very stoic character, he was used as this, like a stand-in for this baton pass for everybody. All their dreams, everything they felt at the time was thrust onto him because he was the strongest. And he had to carry that for the longest time. Like, I had to ask myself, why do I like Levi, but I'm kind of a little indifferent towards Mikasa, even though they're sort of the similar characters, with them being super strong and stoic and all this. But I think with Levi, why I like him is because he really had to carry on so many different responsibilities. So many people died during his reign of being the strongest soldier of humanity. From people in the squad that we seen, because it's probably more than that, like Petra, Erwin himself dying, and anybody else that came before that, and him having to follow their orders, whatever dreams they had, and him having to carry that. I really appreciated that moment. And he finally shed tears because he was finally able to let go, and he didn't need to be the strongest anymore. It was a special moment for me.
Yeah.
And just Attack on Titan in general, of course.
Yeah. And I'm so happy he lived. I was worried he was going to die. I thought he freaking died the first time that Zeke pulled the pin. But he managed to survive, and now he's going to tell people how he got these scars. So, yeah. Yeah.
You want to know how I got these scars?
They're not going to believe him.
No, they'll never believe him whatsoever.
What are you saying down there? I can't see you.
Oh, if I had all my fingers, I'd punch you in the face.
You'd what? You'd touch my face? Well, why would you do that? You can't even reach up here. Hold on, let me give you a step stool.
Let me at him.
As somebody like holds him up and he's just flailing.
Also, as well, we see John and Connie say goodbye to Sasha. That sucked.
That was nice. That was a nice bittersweet moment too. Oh,
AOE ending.
Why did your daughter have to kill everyone? No, I'm kidding. It killed Sasha at least.
I didn't. I'm hard of hearing all of a sudden.
She did it.
I mean, that sick dab she did over her grave, that was worth it.
Oh my god!
Oh, that damn meme.
Did you see the form on Gabby when she did that? She
Listen.
was feeling it.
My daughter doesn't make mistakes, but maybe she made a mistake. Maybe one time. That's all I'll say.
Also, which is it? Is Gabby? Does she look more like Aaron or Sasha?
Aaron.
Yeah, she looks like Aaron.
I agree. Also, Mikasa thanks basically Ymir for her existence, because even though they went through all of this, Mikasa is, well, sort of like Armin, which makes sense. They're very close. And that she's trying to see it from she's trying to see the silver linings, I suppose, and it's like, because of you, I was able to meet Aaron, which is true.
Because of you.
It's because of you that Aaron committed 80% mass murder.
Nobody's going to understand that reference. They're like,
Someone here has definitely watched Berserk.
but would they understand that reference specifically? Because I feel like that was a scene that was inconsequential to a lot of fans, but then we ran it into the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, especially on KOA.
Yep.
So yeah. Mikasa just basically thanks Ymir for her entire existence. And what's great here is we see Ymir. She's all grown up. Hopefully she's got her tongue back. That would suck if she didn't. And we can see her eyes. For the entire series, her eyes were shrouded.
That's not all you see.
Oh yeah, you thick. She be thick.
How the king never saw her.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
No, no way we're going to hype up the king, because when the king saw her, she was a little girl. We're not hyping up the king.
Yeah, but when she was grown up,
he is
Sansi.
He is King Kelly into further notice.
King Kelly.
Yes.
That is
not hyping that guy up.
No, listen.
I wanna piss on you. Drip, drip, drip.
Ellie said the saddest part for me was Armin seeing Aaron's head. That scream hurt. That's why I said Armin's voice acting performance.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That was she should win an award for that or something.
No, she somebody actually brought a live severed head to the studio and dressed it up like Armin and presented it to her in the recording booth.
I had to hold on for that scene. I was close. I didn't. It's weird with like what I cry for, because I was on the verge of tears. I think I did cry a little when Reiner reunited with his mom. That got me.
Yeah,
I'm not
that
gonna
was.
lie.
Yeah, because she said, "You're basically like, I don't need anything else. You're good enough.
I just need my son. Need my son. You don't need to be the armor titan anymore." That got me because
that was nice.
I was just like, oh my God, Reiner's been through so much trying to basically not just around him, but to solidify a good life for his mother specifically, because of what she'd been through, and her status as an Eldian. So that really got me, just as a person like in real life that just loves his mother. So that definitely got me. But I don't know. I was able to fight back tears a lot more than other scenes, but that Armin scene, I was close. The voice acting definitely got me, but I fought it.
Yeah, just and the way that Mikasa cradled his head as well. That was like, how can you?
It was something out of
that.
It was something out of School Days.
Oh my
Just
god.
for school days for the people that don't care.
EA, you just
Oh.
ruined a generational
Oh, like-
masterpiece.
Like anyone wants to watch that piece of shit. Here's a spoiler for all of you. If you ever watch School Days, the guy dies at the end, the woman cuts his head off and goes to a fucking boat
Well,
and says we can live happily ever after the end.
that person that was just on episode, like, I don't know how many episodes it is. The person who was on episode 11 of School Days is like punching the air saying, "Fuck you, EA, you bastard."
It is like one of the worst. It's not the worst.
EA.
It's not X-Arm for sure, and it's not
And now you dare question the excellence of Axom?
X-Arm is a piece of shit.
You what?
You what?
Oh wait.
You what?
Oh, God, we had that.
Oh man.
Also
Can I-
Mikasa, there's a clip going around as well that's viral of Mikasa's VA voicing the final scene with Mikasa and Eren, and she actually is crying during that too. So I mean, that's just voice acting in general, and there's a lot of voice actors that cry during their performances. It's it's just
They get really
dedication,
into it.
right? Yeah.
I saw the one of the JJK voice actor where he was literally down on all his knees. I think it was the one playing Yuji, and he's just like into the mic, just like doing that. And I'm like, wow. I don't know what he's doing or what scene that is, but I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, that's why we need to appreciate voice acting in general, because it's the unsung performance where you don't get to see
agree.
it, but the emotions are still there, and the fact that they're able to convey certain scenes the way they do without it being seen, ironically speaks volumes. So
Yeah, I feel like voice acting I definitely think it's more appreciated now than it was in the past, but like I still feel like when it comes to like I don't know, I feel like when it comes to like some major budget films, when it comes to like anything animation wise, they always get like actors to do voice acting, which is fine, I guess, because some people can actually transcend and do both. But then there's some who are actors, and then they try to do the voice acting thing, and you're like, this person sucks. Like whoever gives work to Seth Rogen for every fucking thing he sounds the same in everything he does. But let's have him in Kung Fu Panda, Monsters vs. Aliens, and all these other damn movies where he's just like
He produces
all the time.
Boys. And he's in every season of The Boys. As himself.
That's a guy who I don't understand got famous for his acting, because he's the same thing in every one of his movies. I mean, he's fine. I liked him in Knocked Up. Like, he's fine in that and in Superbad. But other than that, it's like, it's me. I'm a high person stoner, and I could do my stoner laugh.
Oh.
I did like him as Donkey Kong in the Mario movie. Some things are okay and some things aren't. But
I think he's a
anyway.
better voice actor than an actor.
But he does the same voice in every scene.
He does. He does, but it helps to not see his dopey stoner face. You know?
oh my God. As long as I
will
This
say I
is
like
true.
Seth Rogen though. So I'm a normie. Like, I don't think he's great. I just, I grew up with some of his movies, so.
No, I understand. But can I say something that kind of bothered me at the end?
No.
Okay. Good night.
Falls
All right,
asleep
go ahead.
on
Go
command.
Wake up, EA! Wake up!
Oh, I'm awake. I'm awake. No, it wasn't like terrible to me or anything, but it was more just they hyped up this fucking baby with Historia since so many seasons, and then the baby's finally born, and we have absolutely no fucking idea what the purpose was that the baby was born. And I'm like, okay, I guess that was a thing. And I know like 3 years supposedly passed, and everybody's older and all this other shit happened, but you see this Historia baby and it's like, is there gonna be an explanation to this baby, or is it just gonna kind of be there eating cake? It doesn't really do anything.
So here's my take on the whole Historia baby thing. There's two avenues I want to go. The first thing is because people were disappointed with Historia not doing anything for the entirety of the final season. For one, I want to say Historia has always been like this puppet leader, so she was never meant to do anything. So I don't know what people wanted Historia to do exactly, because she never really held any tangible power. It wasn't until Zackley died that she had any semblance of power, but we never saw that because we never focused on her after that. But also the baby was never important because her having a baby was only important in the sense that it was a contingency plan based on, if Zeke doesn't fall in line, we'll always have Historia, who has royal blood, who we can feed a Titan to, that could do something. So Historia, throughout the entirety of the final season, was just a contingency plan. She was never like this plot point to be focused on that was supposed to do something grandiose in the end. And also the last thing with it is that the fact that her ending was anticlimactic, I think, is the point of her whole storyline, is because her whole life pretty much has been predetermined. Kind of like how Aaron's is. Her dad always, said what her life would be. And it wasn't until like Levi confronted her and everybody else in the Survey Corps at that time, John, Aaron, Mikasa, all those guys, Connie, confronted her, that she was able to change her fate and break from the comforts of fate, I guess you could say, and do her own thing. So the fact that she was able to settle down with some no-name ass farmer who apparently was like
Farmer
a bully
John.
for her. Yeah, Farmer John.
Put some respect on that name.
Farmer. My apologies. Farmer John, who bullied her in her childhood, she was able to get with him, have sex with him, boop, 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 have a baby with him, and do her own thing. And it was no drama to it. I think that was important for her because she never followed like the code of somebody. Like, sure, Aaron came around there and said, like, hey, you might want to do this because blah, 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 blah. But she still did her own thing with the person that she liked. So,
yeah, Estelle says in the chat as well that I think the baby was just so they couldn't feed her to a Titan.
Yeah.
That's also, she was a political ploy. And she chose to get with Farmer John.
Okay.
The greatest AOT character ever. The one who won the most. Let's be real.
I mean, he came out on top in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Or at bottom. You don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
Maybe he, we don't know. We just don't know. We need a backstory on Farmer John. What the fuck, dude?
Sequel confirmed. Farmer John and his story, a slice of life.
Yeah, that's what we need. Attack on Titan High School 2. Historia grows up and marries Farmer John.
Fuck that show. That show legitimately pissed me off to never want to watch Attack on Titan again. But then the second they announced season 2, I was like, I'm back in, boys!
I'm never watching it again.
No, I was... You don't understand. When it came out in 2013, that's all I cared about was Attack on Titan. And then when I was like waiting for, it's like more, because remember how the first season ended, the Titan in the wall. I'm like, what the fuck? Hold on, I want to know. And then we had to wait for 4 long years.
Jeez.
And we had to watch stupid Attack on Titan High School DX fuck you. We had to watch
DX fuck you.
we had to watch that one that was made from the same studio but it was like zombies with railroads. That show to tide us over. I'm like,
I know what you're talking about.
and I was like, I don't want to watch
something Fortress.
yeah,
Cabanera.
like that Cabanera, yeah. Because it was like from the studio that brought you Attack on Titan. It's like, motherfucker, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch Attack on Titan.
Wit's like, man, we can't wait for EA to watch Cabanera of the Iron Fortress. We love you, EA. We just want you to love what we do. We could be happy forever. It's like, I hate you.
I was literally like
Anakin.
I hate you. I was so pissed. Like, I think that was the final straw with the high school one, and I was just like, I'm never watching it again. I don't want anyone to talk to me about Attack on Titan. Fuck Attack on Titan. They teased me. They played with my nipples, and then they went the other direction without even calling me the next day.
Was oddly specific.
I just was so upset. But then, a hypocrite that I was, when they said, guess what's coming next year, especially for you, EA? Season 2 of Attack on Titan. And I was just like, yes! Welcome back. I'm back on the bandwagon. Yes. And the cool thing about it is that he didn't have to wait long for all the other seasons. Because that season came out, then season 3 part 2, final season, which was season 4, like everything was just right there, so we didn't have to wait that long. But that 4 years, I was literally just, I don't know. I was younger too, so I didn't have patience. When this series started, I was 25, and now I'm 36.
Axl Rose once said. He said, all you need is a little patience. But he also said a lot of other things, too.
God, man.
Things I can't say here.
This series popped off when I was still in high school.
Yeah, it's crazy. People think, I like AOT for my channel started with the final season. It really didn't. A lot of people don't know this, but I covered the first season. I have an old video. I make a reference to it in one of the videos, one of my most popular videos. I make a reference to, like, I literally put in snippets of that first video I ever did on AOT back in like 2013, 2014. And it was my theory on like, why did Eren see the death of his mother before? Like, can he see into the future? Like, what's going on here? Like, I was literally picking up on all of this stuff, in season 1. And I didn't like, I was reading the manga monthly, like when it was before, like, before Reiner and Barklovicus revealed as the Colossal and Armored. I saw that chapter as it came out, like the leaks. Like, I read it as soon as it came out, as I possibly could, and I did that for a while, and eventually I fell off. I even covered every episode of season 2 on the channel. I made videos on every single episode as they came out every week. I fell off with season 3, and I only got back in with season 4. So yeah, AOT has had quite a history with me and my channel in particular. So yeah,
it's crazy. This show, it's gonna go, in my personal opinion, it's gonna go down as one of the best.
I honestly, it's gonna take more time, but I think this is my favorite anime of all time, and like my favorite is either Evangelion or Cowboy Bebop. So that makes a lot of sense when you say that, but I really love this series.
I guess when it comes to me personally, I feel like, and I've said this a bunch of times, but I'll say it again for all the new viewers out there, that I feel like this was the show when it came out. Like, not only did anime fans love it, but people that weren't into anime just were like, dude, have you heard of this show? It's like, yeah. I'm surprised you've heard of it because you don't watch anime. But it was It was legendary. It was something that just took over the world. You go to conventions, I saw thousands of people dressed up as the Survey Corps. You know, I see people with the tattoos of the thing on your shirt with the feathers and, you know, the
Wings of
little
freedom.
emblem right there. Yep. All the tattoos everywhere, just on people's arms and everything. Like, it was a phenomenon. And I definitely feel like just for that alone, AOT deserves a lot of respect because I feel like it got a bunch of people into anime. It was definitely a, what do you call it? Stepping stone anime, so to speak. I mean,
Gateway.
it's gateway. Thank you. It's definitely a gateway one. Cowboy Bebop's one. My Hero. I keep saying My Hero. Full Metal is one, and I feel like this would be another one. Like, this is something that, hell, they turned into fucking movies, live action movies in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't do that. They don't do that with an anime unless it's special. And I feel like this being Isayama's first and only so far manga, damn, what a
He has
brilliant
a-
mind.
He said if you have volume 1 of the AOT manga, I don't know if this version of it is in print. My version is. My version comes from 2013. Or I think before 2013. It's volume 1. It came in a box, a Loot Crate box. That's how I got into AOT, because I used to be subscribed to Loot Crate. And in the back, there's an interview where he says, like, after AOT, do you have any other stories in mind? And he says, I have another one that I would like to do if I was given the chance. So he very clearly wants to do another one. Obviously, that was 10, 12, 13 years ago, probably now. Because I don't know when that interview was taken. I don't know if that was, 2013 or before. Because AOT has been out for nearly 15 years. So, but
Guy probably doesn't have to work a day in his life because of this show now.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest anime in terms of popularity of all time. Up there, right? So,
I mean, how lucky can one guy be? Just make one thing
and
you're set for life.
Kissed me,
kind of like George
as
Lucas.
A fellow once said, "Ain't that a kick in the head?" Fallout New Vegas.
I feel like, and I've had my talks with about this maybe like 3 years ago, maybe even further, 4 years ago, about whether this is like the best anime ever of all time. I mean, I have my favorite, that being Kill la Kill, but in terms of its reach and popularity, the quality of it, like what anime has that quality and also has the popularity? I mean, there are a few anime that has what Attack on Titan has with that.
Honestly, I can only compromise on that. Like, I can't give you a straight answer that's like, yes, this is equal to Attack on Titan. I can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Attack on Titan is so unique. I think that's what makes it so just out there. It's a mixture of so many different genres and things just put together into one thing. You can't really ever explain it. I tell people, "Oh, it's Attack on Titan." You just have to see it. Can't really explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great show. But continuing on, because we still have a lot to talk about. So basically, after all of this occurs, after Historia gives birth to a baby, which causes a nuclear explosion somewhere, there's a paradigm shift in Paradis, as the new Jaegerist party is formed, basically out of fear and retaliation of what the people that are left on the other side are going to do to them. And this was, in my opinion, really cool. The fact that the Jaegerists are still there. Not people often think I hate the Jaegerists because I think some of the fandom is weird about it. I actually like the Jaegerists as an idea because I think it's what would realistically happen in this world. I think it's really good writing.
Same.
I think Flock's a great character too. But I wasn't gonna say shit. Besides that, we also get some in the scenes where they're, you know, Historia's forming the new Jaegerist party, and we see off in the crowd, and I love this because they expanded this from the original manga. You see Hitch, you see Rico Brzezinska, who we haven't seen in 2 seasons. We see the Brouses, like Kaya and Sasha's family. We see what's the dude in season 3 that they have to use the father of? Like the father dies, like the guy. Remember in season 1, the guy that held up the with the carriage in Mikasa.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the son of him.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The fat dude with the freckles.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's in this.
Right. Also known as Fatty Frex.
Yeah.
If I remember his name, I'll tell you.
Oh, I like Fatty Frex.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue. I should know it. I mean, I only talk about AOT every day of my life. But
Fleagle.
Yes, he's alive.
I was close.
He's in the Jaeger. Well, I don't know if he's in the Jaegerist party, but he's on Paradise still. We just see a lot of that stuff. It's really cool to see like them there. Like it shows like what happened to them, and they're just sitting there watching this you know, Historia give her speech and stuff. And this was just Satsuki, you look like you want to say something about this scene. What do you think about it?
I just want to talk about my baby mama Hitch. That's it. I love Hitch.
Yeah. Yes, Hitch. She's in I love it. In the scene you see her in, she's yawning.
Yeah, it's a detail that every time I look at Attack on Titan, I just love it. Everybody's up there, you know, in rage. Yeah, let's do this shit. It's just, I guess. Ooh, I don't know. I've always respected that about Hitch, that she would do what is needed, but she absolutely just wants to go to sleep.
She always wanting to sleep. She wants to go to sleep. She just wants to hang out with Annie. That's about it.
Yeah, we have a lot of things in common. So I respect it.
You want to go to sleep, you want to have a boyfriend, and you want to hang out with Annie?
2 of those 3 things are correct. You choose which 3 or 2 that you want to be correct.
You want to hang out with Annie.
I'm not confirming.
And you want to...
I'm not confirming.
See, this second one's hard. What could it be? I don't know. Knowing Satsuki, I mean, his taste. I mean, it's up in the air. We don't know.
You don't know.
He could like the extremely psycho, which is true, or he can do the kind, sweet, gentle kind.
I'm gonna go ahead. True. I'm gonna go and say he wants a boyfriend.
Well, I won't confirm.
I'm just saying, Levi is single.
And he's got a single finger.
Yeah. And
man,
you know,
I wouldn't go after Levi.
He does a crazy trick with that one finger.
I wouldn't go after Levi. If I was going after somebody, I would probably go after... I don't know. Connie's pretty handsome at the end of Attack on Titan.
Connie kind of always low-key has been pretty cute, not gonna lie.
What about Jean?
Oh, yeah.
He's handsome.
Yeah.
He's just kind of, you know, wanting Mikasa.
I mean,
and Mikasa doesn't want him. Well,
we'll talk about that. But I think I would go, if I had picked my AOT husbando...
I'm going with Levi.
I'm going to go Nicolo. I think I'd go Nicolo. I like him.
Oh, shit. That's a good one. He can cook.
Yeah, he can cook a meal.
I would never have to worry about a dirty house ever again with Levi. He'd be cleaning it up for me.
That's true.
You know, I'll cook and then he can clean.
He would look at you with it looks like he like wants to kill everything, but really he loves you. Yeah,
he just has the, you know, those eyes
resting
of just
bitch
like
face.
Right, exactly. He's just like this fucking guy. I love him.
There you go. After that, though, we also see the heroes of the Battle of Heaven and Earth rebuild Earth, or not Earth, but rebuild the planet, so to speak. They're planting trees. You see Falco and Gabby smiling and happy, well deserved. And
they're holding hands, singing "Kumbaya."
Fun fact: this scene is the basis for the final chapter of AOT that's coming out soon. Isayama's doing one more chapter. It's about Levi telling what we think it's about is Levi telling some of his stories to Eren and Falco as they're out on that farm planting trees.
In my day, I saw lots of ass.
Let me tell you something. The female Titan? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, that would be Reiner.
Lord, have mercy.
Man, that. By the way, looking back, that is kind of creepy. That Reiner was like, "Man, look at the butt on the female Titan," knowing full well that's fucking Annie.
It's not like they were related.
Well, no, it's just one of the many scenes of Reiner being a fucking creep. So makes sense.
Yeah, that sniffing the letter thing was a little weird.
Yeah, he was kind of a creep at the beginning, and then he turned into a depressed man.
A depressed creep.
A depressed creep. He's like, I just want to sleep and sniff panties.
He's a coomer now.
Creep play. He plays Creep by Radiohead 24/7. He identifies.
I'm a creep. I'm a titan. I can turn into fucking armor.
But yeah, there's something else I was gonna say, but I forgot. Oh well, let's move on. We also see the heroes that are left. We see them on the boat. They're going to meet Historia for peace talks, and I like this scene for many reasons. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. So in this scene, Reiner stiff Historia's letter. EA. I ain't lying to you right now. This is the truth. This actually happened.
Oh God, I'm ready to. I got my soundboard ready. Okay, let's hear it.
People said one of the reasons why the ending was air quotes bad is because Reiner sniffed the letter and it cured his depression.
It's a joke.
Sadly, it was not a joke. People legitimately said that.
No cap.
That sniffing Historia's letter
cured his depression. I mean, I would assume being able to live would cure his depression. Because he doesn't have to die anymore because of the Titan curse. But
listen,
okay, let's go with the sniffing of the envelope. Sure.
Or just the freedom of being able to sniff the letter without like responsibility of doing this and that and that and that and this and that.
Right.
The manga fandom was so fucking bent out of shape. They had to nitpick everything and literally make up the plot point that doesn't exist at all. That Reiner sniffed Historia's letter, curing his depression.
I mean, I know the old saying used to be, read a book or something, but I think that's the problem. I think people just need to, I don't know, not look so deeply into things. Maybe,
as Mr.
some
Freeze
people
once said, chill out.
Or shut the fuck up. Sasuke 7.
That's
yeah. That's I don't know. I think they're looking way too much into things when they sniffing cured his depression. Yeah, okay. Well, let's ignore the fact that he's now officially a free man and has doesn't have to fight wars.
Also,
all that other shit. No, it's the hello, baby. The
Frenchy?
wonderful letter. Yeah, because when you sniff letters, you become French. I love the French. Oh, this is the letter. It smells so, how you say, magnifique. Ha
Proceeds to pull out crack pipe. Oh my god. I love this scene as well, just because of we get to see all the characters. They literally look 10 years, 20 years younger. Like Peak, much as I love Peak, she kind of looked a little older.
Ugly.
Hey,
you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
I just did.
But now
she
looks
doesn't
like
have
she's
the bags anymore.
Yeah, she looks like she's in her 20s. Like, dude, Armin looks like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio in The Great Gatsby.
Wow.
Annie looks like kind of just looks like Annie, but everyone like honestly, I couldn't like I looked at Annie, I was like, well, her hair's different. Okay.
Yeah, that nose will always give her away. She
Yeah.
can sniff. She can sniff like a
she
gram
can
of
sniff the
coke
bomb
from a mile
from
away.
the bottom of a car.
She grew into her nose.
Yeah. Like John looks fucking handsome as shit. God, who else was there that looked fucking Connie? Dude, Connie, that thick hair? Come on.
I knew it was good with hair.
Yeah, he does. He looks really good with hair. He's also got his mom back. His mom's alive, so that's good for him.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Fuck Zeke. Sorry, I just coughed there.
He did.
I want to say he's naked and dead.
Naked
you know that
dead.
Naked and Alive show? Well, this is Naked and Dead.
But yeah, what did you guys think about this scene beyond the stupid Reiner sniffing letter bullshit?
I didn't know that was a thing, but what I liked about that scene was that they all knew that their lives were at danger, and they could at any moment like be attacked by the Jaegerists or whatever, but they were still willing to do this diplomatic peace thing because
It's their friend,
you can't
Historia.
But in order to achieve peace, you can't give in to terrorists, because I'm sure they probably get threats every day because, being political affiliates of any type.
They're canceled every day on Twitter, and let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure. And they get all kinds of probably bomb threats, death threats, you name it, assassinations, all that. But when it comes to gaining that peace and getting just what am I trying to say?
We gotta do it the right way.
Right, you gotta do it the right way, and I feel like not giving in to terrorist demands and not like being scared to get up on stage and get that peace is what you gotta do, because if you show that fear, then they win. So sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, even though a person they did know caused the death of 80% of humanity, but that's water under the bridge.
Yeah.
This shit happens. But yeah, this is a step in the right direction, so to speak. But, we later find out things are different, but I feel like that'll be the last thing we talk about.
Yeah, what did you think, Satsuki?
So, appreciate all the glows from the characters, specifically Connie and Pete, just for not looking so tired all the time. But I found it ironic that they were the saviors of humanity, but they couldn't go back to their own home island anymore. I found that very ironic and just, I guess, sad in a sense too. The very place that they resided and they wanted to protect is a place they can't go back to. And thinking about it too, like, because I think oftentimes we don't think about the true ramifications of certain scenes. Think about how it would be to be displaced into the rest of the world, knowing that you're an Eldian to this foreign land. Like now they had to live on Marley or whatever other country that exists. Which, from our knowledge, Marley was the country that was more tolerant than other countries. They now had to live everywhere else because Partis Island won't accept them because of them killing Aaron. That's crazy to think about, but that's the reality they live in. So yeah, I found that kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
So after that beautiful scene with all those beautiful, gorgeous people, Mikasa is sitting upon the tree atop a hill, the very same one we saw in episode 1, and there we see this is where she has buried Aaron, the place where he could.
I'm guessing
relax.
just the head.
Just the head, just the tip.
Oh my gosh.
And she's seeing all this. She has a flashback where she sees herself and Aaron as kids, and it's really fucking hard to watch. Like, Jesus Christ, they really went for maximum emotional damage for this scene, because God, Mikasa starts to cry, I start to cry. I don't even know what this scene looks like because I just see it through the watery eyes. And we see a bird as she's starting to look down and gets depressed and crying and stuff. It kind of fixes her scarf and flies away, and she just thanks Aaron, and that's it. That's kind of the end of that scene.
Thank you for putting this scarf on me.
Yeah.
Those are the last words in Attack on Titan.
What did you guys think about this scene? This was huge.
Yeah. Definitely bittersweet, especially because of everything that you knew from Aaron and Armin's conversation. She never left. It's supposed to be like 3 years later, I think, after all that happened, and she still misses him. She still loves him. She still thinks about him every day. You can definitely tell. And yeah, that's
there's a quote somewhere. Somebody was able to translate what the gravestone said.
Here lies a piece of shit.
I don't like this guy. I thought I did, but now I don't.
Well, this is something I also thought about, like seeing the tombstone that Aaron had under the tree. Aaron can't have, like, because I was watching this with somebody else and they were quoting like how small the tombstone was. Aaron can't have like this public tombstone,
right,
where they are, because it's outside of Paradise Island. Paradise Island, they would desecrate it. They would completely destroy it. Graffiti everywhere, piss everywhere, feces everywhere. Like nobody likes Aaron outside of Paradise Island. Nobody likes Aaron. He is our real world equivalent of that one guy. I won't say his name because Twitter stuff, or not Twitter stuff, YouTube stuff. He's our equivalent of that guy. You guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so that's not somebody, you can't even name him after anybody else. There's nobody outside of Paradise Island that's named Aaron. It's not a single person, I promise you. Paradise Island, different matter, but outside of Paradise Island, nobody's named Aaron anymore after what he's done.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Transformer 439 says it. Here lies, resting forever, my dearest, my most beloved 854. That's what the tombstone reads.
My most beloved. She really loved him.
Well,
She freaking loved him.
oh well.
But yeah, that oh well. But yeah, that was like I felt like that was a good ending within itself. But then you get the ending after. And I feel like that's even better, to be honest. Like I was like, oh, okay. It's this type of show. And essentially what it shows is that I'm assuming so many thousands or hundreds of thousands of years have passed,
Mhm.
and the same thing happens again, except everything's much more advanced.
Before we get into the end credit scene, because that's one single
I
thing I want to
love it.
mention that I want to hear your reaction to, EA. Reason number 69 why apparently AOT's ending is bad.
Oh,
The scene where the bird fixes Mikasa's scarf, apparently, this ending is bad because that bird is Aaron. Aaron,
okay.
they legitimately think Aaron turned into a bird. It's so funny. This one's funny. I love this one.
like it mutated. Like he went from a head.
He reincarnated into a bird.
That's what they think. Legitimately, that's what they think.
EA, this is what we had to deal with for 2 years.
I can tell, as Decrepit Storm said, I'm just a venting machine now when it comes to what you guys had to suffer through.
However,
Well, I'm living my best life.
However-
I don't know.
I love this one because there's a meme that came out of this. You know how he says Tatake, which means fight? They changed it to Tataka.
For the bird. My God. My God. But I mean, see movies and shows like that before where a loved one passed away and they see like a butterfly floating or they see some type of bird land on a car or something like that, and it's like, it's whatever. But for people to be like, dude, Aaron is literally a bird now. That's funny. That's too much.
It's just, man.
It's supposed to be symbolism.
Yeah, it's simple. I don't know. It's almost like it's a mirror and a callback to fucking the first moment of the series where Aaron looks up and sees a bird flying.
Right.
Or I don't know, the wings of freedom. Or the
right.
fact that birds
symbolism.
are free. Oh.
It's all symbolism, but no, guys, you don't understand. He is legit a bird. Aaron is a bird now. Look, his name is Tataka, and he's my little precious. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah.
Mikasa just starts kissing on a bird. I love you, Eddie.
Oh, oh my God! Don't.
Oh, Eren.
There's been some
swallow.
There's been some things that have come out with the bird.
Saucy, you look like you really.
Do you need to talk?
Do you need fucking help, dude?
There have been some things that came out with the bird stuff. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how to approach this. It's dirty things, just things that aren't meant for the human eye that I've seen.
And this is everyone's live reaction. So now we get into the end credit scene. This shit's crazy. This shit, without this, in my opinion, without these end credits, the ending is like, keep the post credits in. If you don't have this moment, I feel like it would be a huge missed opportunity. It would make the ending less poignant, and it would do the ending a disservice to a degree. Isayama was a fucking genius when he thought to do this. So basically, as humanity goes through the ages and the heroes of the Battle of Heaven and Earth, they eventually die. Mikasa passes away and all this stuff. It's really sad. Humanity, after centuries of long-standing peace. Remember, Eren did not care past the time his friends were allowed to live. Like 100 years of peace would be fine with him. No, he because of his actions, peace lasted until humanity became a futuristic society, and then fell to war.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. That guy did one of the worst atrocities ever. For centuries, people were like, nah, dude, we ain't doing that again. Remember those Titans? Just insane. But I love this end credits sequence because we see over time, and it's really sad in the manga too. There's some details that I wish they put in the manga or in the anime that they kept out. But we see basically everyone get older. If you remember, Eren said he wanted Mikasa to pine over her for at least 10 years. Seems like he got his wish, as if you look at how much time passed before Mikasa showed up with a husband and a child, it was around 10 years, is what people have surmised based on analyzing it, which is kind of crazy. Also, the fact that Mikasa eventually found happiness with another man, I think it's pretty clear it's John. People will disagree with that, but I think if you're...
It's a farmer's brother.
It's Farmer John's brother.
Yeah.
All the farmers are...
They just living their best lives.
Well, how you doing there, Mikasa? I'm glad you spending time with his story and stuff, but I got a brother here. His name's Johnny. I was wondering if you want to... He's a good guy, he farms. Wears hats. He loves them hats. I was wondering if you...
You know what I always say? Mikasa es su casa.
I'm sorry about that. That's some of my teenage comedy seeping through there. Anyways, have you read the Bible?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a joke. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So yeah, after that, we see eventually that Mikasa passes away from old age, and she's buried right next to Eren. It's a little hard to see, but her gravestone is darker. But it's literally right next to Eren. So they were buried together, which is fucking sad. And we see as well, like, there's like way into the future, we see like it's really hard. You have to literally pause at the right time, and it's like literally split seconds of just like a bunch of people like way in the future, and one of them looks kind of like Armin with like a cane. A lot of people think that's Armin, but I don't know if that's the case because of the fact that by that point Paradis looks like how our society looks. So that would have to be like, he'd have to be like in his mid 150s, or 200s.
The true question is, how much do people actually care about that? Because I remember
care much about it, but
well, I asked that because like when the whole thing of who was Historia's actual baby father was coming out, there were people who actually care, or who actually thought Eren was the baby father and actually cared about that. At least it seemed that way. And to me, it never really mattered because I'm thinking, with that whole thing, I'm like, okay, so like, what are you expecting exactly? Because unless we focus on the kid, meaning that we focus on the story past a certain amount of years, who the kid is isn't going to matter unless they're of royal blood, which would be the case with Historia. It wouldn't matter who the baby father was because Aaron doesn't have blood like that, so it wouldn't matter. Same thing with Mikasa. It really doesn't matter who the baby father is. Based on the silhouette, I'm of the same like thought that it's probably John, and just with him also having his thing for Mikasa makes sense. But it doesn't really matter in the end, honestly.
Yeah. Hey, I know Aaron's dead now. I mean, you wanna? I mean, come on.
Well,
Hey, you know what I'm talking about? What you mean? Look at me. Look at me. I'm a beautiful. Come on, yeah, you know.
when did he turn into a stereotypical like movie Italian guy?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How do we talk like this? This is how I talk.
This is SeaTactics if he's Italian because he keeps saying, "What do you mean?"
Oh my god.
Ellie has the best take. It does matter because Aaron is me, and I get all the ladies. Let me have my edgy power fantasy. That's the best take that we've gotten so far.
It's a good take.
Um,
Freaking. Can we talk about the tree?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the trees. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder EA if you catch on to some of the tree stuff. But yeah, let's get our scheduled tree talk in.
Sure. I'm a huge Arbor Day supporter or whatever.
I love trees.
I love planting, but yeah, it's neat because I totally get what it was going for when it showed like the tree. Ymir all those years ago, and this random person finding a tree to start the whole, whether it's a Titan thing, whether it's a whatever thing. Maybe they don't have Titans in this future. Maybe they'll have gobbledygooks just floating around or whatever. But yeah, it's the never-ending cycle. The what's it called? I don't know if it's like humans just have
The human
wars.
condition.
That's the word. The human condition. We just love wars. It's a part of our DNA. And I feel like, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say on that point, it was two characters who illustrated this early on in Attack on Titan 2. Erwin said, and I quote, "Humanity will never stop fighting itself until it shrinks to a size of one or fewer."
Very, very true. And
I thought you were gonna say something positive.
get out of here, Italian Sean.
Yeah,
No, that's what Shattuck says. That's
Oh.
literally that's the scene.
I was about to say Falcone from Batman. Stop.
Gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
On this, the day of my daughter's wedding.
But yeah, it was almost a picture perfect ending. It was basically just, no matter how many years go by, I know there's that old saying, we must remember our history or we'll be doomed to repeat it, but let's be honest, who really keeps up with history? Especially when it's been thousands of years and it's like, yeah, we have text scriptures and all that other stuff that kind of tell us don't mix explosives with bombs. Okay, let's not do
Explosives with
that.
Bombs. That's like stacking right there.
Yeah.
So what was your favorite subject in school, EA?
Well, I hated math.
That's
But-
your first response. Not what you loved, what you hated.
Yeah,
love
I
that.
hated math, but I loved physical fitness
Okay.
because I enjoyed being active and doing things. But as far as subjects I sat down and listened, American history.
Okay.
I actually really liked history. I guess that's why, partially why I'm a huge fan of this show because of wars and history and all that other kind of symbolism and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just very, very interesting stuff. But yeah, perfect way to end the series. Just we're doomed to repeat it, and guess what? We're gonna repeat it for as long as we walk this earth.
Rohan asked, did Eren know that Mikasa will kill him? Yes. That's what he was
Yeah.
trying to do. He was trying to get her to
Yeah.
kill him.
Yeah, just so that he could be her little bundle of joy.
That's literally the only way this plan would work is her killing him. That was the point.
I want to quote one more character to kind of tie this whole thing of like humanity always being at odds with each other. I don't know what chapter this was. This is early Attack on Titan. I can just see by the art. But Pixis has this conversation with Eren, and he says, right now I'm reading this Pixis. He says, back then, someone supposedly said, if a powerful non-human enemy appeared, humanity would probably unite and stop fighting itself. What's your opinion, son? And then Eren responds, I never heard that legend, but I think it's pretty rosy. Frankly, it's dull. And Pixis says, ha ha ha, your personality is just as twisted as mine. And then Eren says, even now, when that powerful enemy has driven us to a corner, I think we're far from united. I think that illustrates Attack on Titan. And Attack on Titan's ending in general with, I mean, they're like, he's basically mapping out the ending right here.
Right.
Like, this is the plan. Like, this is what amazes me about early Attack on Titan. He maps out what the fuck the endings want to be. And I don't think there really is any stumbles with getting to that ending. He's telling you where he says like a powerful non-human enemy. That's Eren himself. That's what we get with Eren himself. Everybody uniting against him, the Eldians, the Marlians, and everybody else fighting against him. Like, sure, Eren says like, I heard of that legend. It's pretty rosy. It's dull. Blah blah blah. So they fight against the enemy, defeat him, but it doesn't lead to a long lasting thing to where like there's a kumbaya between Eldians and everybody else, because that's just how humanity is. We're going to find something else to fight about.
Yep.
If it's not one thing, it's another.
And this is another reason why I think Flock was a tool. Flock believed that he could solve all of humanity's problems by just eliminating dissenting opinion. He was wrong.
Yeah.
Straight up. He was wrong. And he was a tool. That's it.
He would have got that. He definitely would have got eliminated by somebody else, like within his own ranks.
Yeah. Definitely. There's also the great thing that people love to point out is Erwin's like, he's like, point at the enemy or whatever. Who is the enemy? It happens a couple times in the series, and it's like, well,
Right here.
Eddie. Points at Nostril. It's my shyness.
Right here.
Also, I think another great quote is Kenny Ackerman's, one of his final quotes, which is, everyone's drunk on something. I think that pertains to this idea, not as, directly as you'd think. Oh my god.
Oh,
And that's all from tonight.
oh, my bad.
Oh yeah, Maxi Samo says, "Who do you think the real enemy is?" Yeah, that's the quote. But yeah, no, like Attack on Titan. I don't know if you guys realize this, but if you go
I
throughout
have no
the
enemies.
past, like this Isayama basically tells you what the ending is going to be, and you don't even realize it half of the time.
Mhm.
Sometimes you do realize it, and you sometimes go, okay, something's up there, but you're not quite sure. And this is because Isayama did a recent New York Times interview. I did a whole video on it. You can check it out if you want to, but where he reveals like the meaning behind the ending and stuff like that. And one of the things he said was, and this proves a huge theory against, you know, Isayama as a writer in general, Isayama's haters pretty much, that Isayama from the very beginning, he had the ending planned out. Like he knew what he was going to do, and in fact, it was so planned out. He felt tied down to it, and he didn't enjoy making AOT.
Mhm.
So,
Wow.
so from the onset, from chapter 1 in 2009 or whatever it was, this was going to be the ending. And that's crazy.
Crazy. Yeah. I mean, to have such a detailed story mapped out at such an early age is just, that's very well done. You know, because I know some people have an idea of what the ending's going to be, but they fill the holes in and blah, 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 yada, yada. But yeah, just incredible.
But finally, in the after credits, post credits scene, we see centuries have passed. Humanity has destroyed itself on Paradis, and we see a boy and a dog. The boy has a scarf, has black hair, looks vaguely
Megumi.
like Levi or Mikasa, and he finds the tree. Now, I don't know if you know this, EA or Sasuke, but this tree looks exactly like the same tree that
Mhm.
Ymir Fritz fell down in. And
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Right. It definitely is.
so
Definitely is.
a lot of people say this ending is setting up a sequel,
No.
like a direct sequel.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so at all. I think, what would you do? You would just repeat the same story over again, right?
Yeah.
So there's no
Pretty
point.
much.
Uh,
Besides, the story is within itself. It's pretty much saying that history repeats itself and that war is inevitable. This is literally just saying it's going to happen again, but with different characters and different abilities and yada yada yada. That's all it is.
yeah, and that's it's just, this is one of the cycles we got to see, and it just so happened to be the very last one.
Yep.
And
If
then,
you ever watch The Wires, kind of same thing. The cycle repeating itself. Simple.
Yep.
Yep. And you can't stop progress. Whether you love it or hate it, it just keeps happening. And what
Yeah.
the boy discovers, you already know what he's gonna discover.
Female Titans.
Female Titans. He's gonna see them female toes, and he's gonna go, "Whoa! What are those?
Whoa,
Look at those
what?
dogs. They're barking."
I'm ignoring that. I
Look at
want to
them
say,
grippers.
shout out to my boy Rex because we were talking about this in my server, but just with the possibility of someone new coming into this whole thing of creating Titans and being a Ymir Fritz or in Ymir's role, we had to remember when Ymir was making Titans, it was in the time period in which she needed to make Titans for battle specific moments. So the Titans were created in mind with them having to like kill the enemy. With the whole thing of this random boy coming into the fray and possibly being in Ymir's role, the Titans can be whatever. They don't necessarily have to be something combat oriented because maybe that's not what's required of this lifestyle for now. based on the weaponry that we see, combat probably is a thing that they need at the time. So who knows? But that's just that's an interesting theory that was brought up, that Titans could be used as like more of like this adventurous type of thing rather than combat,
They
because
could be pets.
Pokemon,
Yeah,
Hell
big ass
yeah.
Pokemon. Yeah.
could be Charizards and Pikachus and
Yeah. For all we
Go,
know, because
Mikasa.
I mean, Ymir was able to use basically mold the Titans to what she needed at the time. So who's to say that this random guy can't mold Titans to whatever he needs?
They're just a bunch of giant, badly drawn penises.
oh my
Gosh.
god.
I need
From the directors from the masterminds of The Boys comes Attack on Titan 2.
Jesus Christ.
Flop, 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 flop. Could you imagine the hallucinogenic, what it would look like then? Holy
Dick.
shit.
He should
Oh,
be a
yeah.
dick.
Dildo flopping around.
Lightning Eagle says AOT was actually a Pokemon prequel. There you
I
go.
mean, not a bad prequel.
There you go.
I mean, there's nothing really else to discuss. We've literally talked about literally everything. I think we're closing in on like a 5-hour podcast, which is sort of kind of fucking
It's
insane.
4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Holy crap.
Didn't exactly plan that. Accidents. Sorry. But I will say, while you're here, if you've made it all the way through, check the pinned comment in the chat. Click that link. Subscribe to the KOA channel. We would absolutely greatly appreciate it, because if you love what we're doing here and you loved what we did in this podcast, you're gonna love the King of Anime podcast. And especially if you're new to anime and you watch this and you're thinking, well, maybe I want to check out some new shows or something. We cover every week the newest episodes from series like Frieren, Jujutsu Kaisen, which is the same studio, by the same studio that did this final episode, by the way, MAPPA. As well, we cover Rurouni Kenshin, a classic anime that's returning. We cover Spy Family, hugely popular, by Wit Studio, the former studio who did Attack on Titan seasons 1 through 3. And we're talking about Gargantia on the Verdurous Planet, which is an old one. So if you like seasonal anime, you like some old stuff, and you like this kind of format, then definitely go check it out. I would greatly appreciate you did, because we've been doing it for only since 2018. So we kind of got this nailed down, and we would greatly appreciate anyone. It would be great.
500. Remember that number.
Yep. Please get us to 500. We're aiming for that because we would really like to get monetized on that channel. You know,
nice.
It would be nice. It would be nice. Get some gifted subs from Kenny on that channel.
Kenny. Speaking of, thank you everyone for all your super chats.
Yes.
And all that stuff. That was crazy. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for watching my channel over the years for Attack on Titan content or whatever it's been. I appreciate all the support, and we all appreciate it here. So I just have one final question for the guys. Yes, dedicate your heart. Shinsuwo Sasagio, or how the fuck you say it. EA, I have one final question for you.
What is it, my master?
Wow. I'm your master.
Nah, you're just some dude. How you doing?
You ruined it.
EA, where can they find you?
Well, it's crazy to think that we started this journey here on SeaTactics channel, and here we are 5 years later. Freaking 91,000. And Kenny goes ahead and gives 10 more gifted subs.
Oh wow! Thank you so much, Kenny. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, that's incredible. But Yeah, you can see me over at Everything Animated. Don't really do anything big right now, but I do definitely wish to come back into doing this. Life's just hectic, life's just crazy. Um, been doing this for 5 years and I enjoy the hell out of it. I couldn't have picked a better group of guys to do this with, and I just love each and every minute doing this. Is so fun. And please remember to subscribe to our King of Anime podcast channel, where we would appreciate it the most. So take care. Love you all. And have yourself a wonderful night.
Satsuki, where can they find you?
You can find me on my Twitch channel, Satsuki the Savage, and that's Satsuki DA Savage. Again on my Twitch, or YouTube, Satsuki the Savage, as well as Satsuki the Reactor, Satsuki the Gamer. Where I post my VODs to my live streams, and I edit them and I upload them on YouTube. Yeah, those are the sites you can find me on, and the channels you can find me on.
Oh my God, Kenny donates another $4.99. Says thanks EA and C Satsuki.
Yo, Kenny is going crazy. Appreciate you, Kenny. Big
thank
big
you.
shout out to Kenny.
Yeah.
Just like EA, I'm appreciative of being able to do this long with this core guys. We never switched it up. We've kept the same foundation and we've done things our way. So appreciate you guys too for allowing us to be ourselves and for this format to exist. So hopefully you guys can join us for our main channel, KOA, King of Anime, of course. Subscribe to that. Show up for that. Show up for those streams whenever we talk about our stuff weekly, Monday. And yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Well, as for me, you guys know a lot about me, but yeah, I got some more AOT videos I'm working on for the final episode still. Like a lot. Like I have actually kind of a good amount of videos planned for that. So definitely be excited for that. However, I have a second channel called Bento where I cover Chainsaw Man, which if you're not familiar with Chainsaw Man, basically it's another anime series created by the same people that created the final season of Attack on Titan. So if you're interested in that, go check that channel out. We cover the manga every time a new chapter drops. We talk about it, which it's a fun series. Definitely fun to talk about and stuff. Also, I wasn't planning on doing this, but I might as well do it since you guys are so nice, literally, so very nice. I'm going to drop a link to my Discord if you guys want to join. It's completely optional. You don't need to. But if you do, it's there for you. Limited, by the way. Limited people can join that. So it won't last forever.
Yeah, join while you can.
Yeah. But other than that, next
We have
week...
cookies.
Next week on the Bento channel, my second channel for Chainsaw Man, I have a video coming out on Tuesday for the new chapter of Chainsaw Man. So that should be really exciting. And besides that, I just want to thank everyone for all of their years of support and dedication to my channel. It was honestly kind of a fluke that I even did AOT. I wasn't even planning to do it. I was just like, one day I was like, yeah, let's just talk about the first episode of the final season. And I did that, and it got like 200,000 views, and I did another one, and it got even more. It got basically the same, and then it just kept going. It was crazy. So, yeah. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate it, and we all appreciate it. And, thanks to everybody that's ever worked on AOT. Because without you, this podcast would never be possible, or this episode of this podcast would never be possible, and this channel as it currently stands would also never be possible, and I wouldn't have I think we're about literally let me see here, let me refresh the page. We are literally less than 80 subscribers away from 92K subs on this channel. That's insane. And that's all because of AOT. So, thanks everyone. I appreciate your viewership. And we'll see you next week, or this Monday, I should say, at 9 p.m., same time, on the KOA channel. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye-bye.
Done.
Later.